welcome to a more professional, mature, and exciting Marvel Rivals Ignite 2026.
Your day ends, human.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. It is a good day to be a Marvel Rivals player as we sunset Season 6 in the Marvel Rival Championship. I'm Cozy, joined by, it's been too long, Vicky, Kitty. It's good to have you today. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling good, man. We're finally reunited. You already know. I know you've missed my antics, Cozy, and I've missed casting alongside with you. It's been fantastic. We have an amazing team and some amazing players, as well as great competition to watch as we close out our MRC Season 6. Can you believe it, Cozy, that it's been 6 seasons already of the MRC?
Absolutely. I mean, the fact that this is coming to a close, the bracket is nearly complete, and we've got the best teams. And today, listen, we've got the teams that have qualified for Ignite. We're all excited for year 2 of what that's going to be in the explosion of an amazing just esports scene. And those have been punched. And I've always kind of said, Vicky, that that is such a big prize from this Marvel Rival Championship in Season 6. But of course, there's still not only big cash prizes up for grabs, but also kind of stories of revenge with these 3 teams. They're going to be seeing each other. Seeding comes into hand. So there's a lot to be at stake today.
Yeah, exactly. And that's why when you get to see the competition really play out, you get to also see the amazing skins our amazing cosmetic department has put out for us within Marvel Rivals. Because, Cozy, let me tell you, I may be crying when I look at my wallet, but I'm not crying when I'm rocking some great skins in the game, because this Captain America Cursed Captain skin, listen, I don't play too much Vanguard. I gotta take some tips from Shib, but even then, I already copped this skin.
Yeah, no, absolutely. You can do it all day with the Cursed Captain. And I've got to say, I think we're all excited, obviously, for Season 6 to conclude, because Season 7, I feel like it's going to be something special. About a week away, and who knows what that'll bring. Will Captain America continue to, well, it depends where you're at, to dominate, right? You know, it's one of those heroes that low elo, high elo pro, you could be absolutely insane and someone really worth learning, but the Captain America Cursed Captain skin makes it all the more fun. Always hitting with these costumes, Vicky. And listen, if you like Captain America, this is going to be the one you want to try to grab. But speaking of, we got the Pirates of Rivals, or the Rivals of the Caribbean here with Psylocke. What do you think of this one, Vic?
I love it. And both these skins are already available for everyone to buy too right now in the store. I like the pirate thing that we've got going on. Psylocke's always got such banger skins too, right, Cozy? The Once Captain Corsair skin here for Psylocke is once again available for you guys to buy, so that way you guys could rock out in Psylocke in a fashionable way.
Yeah, I'm waiting to see what kind of Psylocke we get in Season 7. We've had, you know, the kind of burst poke at the Vanguards up front to farm the ultimate. We've had the lethal combos back with the Echo form, EMEA team up, and so we'll see if, you know, maybe we get a new taste of Psylocke coming into Season 7, but a hero that I've loved for a while. I've got the Lord Icon, not quite animated, but did play a fair amount. But either way, probably won't see her too much today, but there's a lot of different heroes, metas, and builds that we will be jumping into. We have 2 amazing matches that we'll be casting for you. And Vicky, the first one, it's it's revenge for one of these teams. Well, definitely.
Yeah, I mean, we just saw what happened between Nova versus Cafe Rose. Cafe Rose showing some signs of life, but as you guys can take a look at the schedule, how has everything played out within this MRC Season 6? Guess what? We are here on our final day, March 15th, guys. The lower bracket finals and the grand finals is among us, but we have to find out which of that final team is going to be facing off against Yeah You Lost, because they have been just so on point, Cozy. And looking at the rest of the competition, as you already said too, in this lower bracket finals, this is a run back opportunity for Cafe Rose.
Now, without question, again, getting here to this point, qualifying for Ignite is huge for these teams. I'm sure they are thrilled, but the cash, the money, this is a small taste of that Ignite big time prize pool, 14,500 at stake. And listen, 7,000, 7 G's at the top end is a big difference from all the way down to 2,500, which we'll find out the first all the way to the third place finish. So that will also be up for grabs. But keep in mind, Vic, you've got the cash, you've got the entry to Ignite. But with these teams, like, these are going to be your fellow competitors in that season, right? You're going to want to have, not only bragging going into it, seed advantage, and really just starting to figure these teams out. This is going to be your homework assignment starting here fresh at the beginning of March. So it kind of starts all today.
Yeah, it does. And, we have some changes coming around soon as well. So if you already get your hand on the meta and what the composition changes are going to be looking like, all the better, so you at least have an upper hand advantage. Because, of course, we have our top 3 teams within the Americas region, which we've already seen Cozy, qualify for our MRI.
Absolutely. Cafe Rose, Nova, again, what is Lunex, and we've got Yeah We Lost, which is doing anything but losing. And so it's kind of crazy to see how well they've done in the upper bracket. The bracket is shaken out to be pretty fun altogether. Again, as a reminder, your bans, your locks, explanation, a little bit different than Ignite that you might see where, it's if you ban Gambit for your team, it's not going to be banned for the others, bada bing, bada boom. Well, this time you ban Spider-Man, it's banned for everybody. You guys have seen it now over the course of a couple weeks of what this is shaped up to be, and it definitely changes up the meta, the team comps, and how these teams and coaches go about it.
Yeah, because we've already seen a lot of teams kind of find themselves at a loss before the games even start. We know that they're universal bans, but you have to also play to your own strengths. And if you know that the other team is just simply dipping you, well, then maybe that's just something, even if it's one of your strongest cards, to put away in the back pocket. Maybe use it on a map that you're way more dominant in, with our map rotations being randomized, seeing a lot of domination, usually, especially in that start, and seeing how that's going to play out depending on how these universal bans are looking like. And of course, these universal saves. As we get started, Cozy, let's get this going. I've missed casting alongside you, my friend. I mean, this has been a long time coming, and now let's get this going. And I already like what I'm seeing too, because you talk about the run back opportunity. You could already tell that these teams have already learned their lesson, specifically Cafe Rose. They don't want to be the ones dealing with the Loki as they protect the Gambit. And once again, on domination, one of Cafe Rose's stronger maps.
Absolutely. We kicked this thing off, and no surprise here, the biggest bans is going into the last time these two teams went against one another. If you want to know a little bit of a spoiler, you have 3-1, and this time it's going to be a different story now. As looking at the bans, you had Vanguard, Deadpool be banned 3 of the matches, Loki 2, so we're seeing the exact same song and dance. Gambit didn't make it out of there more than halfway, so maybe starting off in domination a little bit different with that save there. But listen, if I am the teams that are in this new matchup ready to go again, and I'm Cafe Rose, I'm saying, what can we do different? We went down 3-1, Vicky, so obviously the pick bans, we can look at the data, but things need to change. And it's crazy because Tree is an amazing hit scan, really great mechanical player of the game, but has a big opposition on the other side. I think that was my big highlight last time, and now we're going to kind of see these two teams stack up and see how they do this time, because on the other side of Lunex, I mean, I'm telling you, Tico, he can carry his part on the hit scan.
I definitely agree, right? And we also talked a lot about Redis, like looking at Dogman and Shiv. I love how they highlighted Redis being the Elsa player and how Elsa was a problem before, and then you had the Phoenix combine that together, right? And then something else that we noticed from Nova specifically is that they had no issue running that Loki composition with Logan being right there as an amazing Loki. So being able to recognize that and put that together with the ban as they protect the Star-Lord, which is the combo that we've seen so many times together with the Gambit and Star-Lord. I like what I'm already seeing from Cafe Rose, and then noting that Nova wanted to try to deal with what Cafe Rose is going to bring out to them, expecting maybe that Spider-Man, because really Sticky, the young gun legend, who is so excited to have made MRI with the rest of his team for the preseason, is also being targeted with no Spider-Man, a ban being used up on Spider-Man.
Yeah, it's a great point. Obviously, Hell's Heaven is just an absolute bad map to go against Spider-Man. Can get pulled off many a times. And listen, yeah, typically, great call there, Vic, with Gambit being saved. You typically see a Star-Lord ban or Loki and these, complement heroes, Rogue at a lot of times. But they're going to lock that Star-Lord, which does force one thing. It's going to be a mirror match a little bit, right? You're going to have to play. And so we've talked about this. I talked about this with Shib when we backcasted with him, is that essentially these players have so much flexibility, but it does pigeonhole them a bit more because you can't give up the legendary with the cards. It's just too strong in this environment of domination where it's just right away an absolute bloodbath at times, right? So here we go. We'll be jumping in. Tones is the player for me to highlight over there on Nova's side. If you're just now coming in, this guy is the Vanguard Virtuoso, right? He is the pocket knife, the Swiss Army knife. He can play just about anything, so we'll see what they bring to the table. And it's looking like the Gamma Gauntlets, Vicky, might have another chance to be displayed.
Gotta see how that's gonna play out here. I like how you really talk about Tones as well, seeing that flexibility here as we get started, everybody. Remember, it is a best of 5 in our lower bracket finals as we roll out of the gates. Hell's Heaven, you talk about, Spider-Man being a menace. Angela was really one of them too. It's something else that we've been seeing that I love, not sleeping on the Thor.
Absolutely here. Now we can take that high ground as we expected them to. Cafe Rose here at the top. Can that poke battle immediately. Remember, it's about a 70% plus chance to win the map if you take point first. And this is one where point can last quite a while. Keep your eyes on Tones. He's got the Gamma Fist ready to go there with Iffy now as they're taking the Star-Lords to the sky. Peter meets Peter up in the air in a multiversal clash now. And just like that, no binds going in with the Southern BA. Tones and Iffy going down. It's a big shock as the Vanguards fall.
Already looking advantageous for Cafe Rose, and really Sticky being on the Thor gets to let unleash himself. And also something else that we have to highlight too, Cozy, the combination between the Gambit and Rogue. Shib and Dogman highlighted this amazingly just yesterday, but it basically allows Rogue to go up an entire tier with the output that she has here. So you have to look at that from both sides as now Nova comes right back around, and you currently see the Invisible Boundary come in, but bursting right through it. Lyric cannot be saved. Invisible Boundary for Invisible Boundary, and it is Nova trying to retake this point.
Yeah, like this, going aggressively right away. You just lost that point. Can't give them too much of an advantage, but what that will give them is the ult first. Pistol's going to ult, but Scarlet close behind, has the full as well. If they don't have to use it, this would be a huge win. Tico does get the hit off it, and so even with the Gambit ult, they don't need it, Vicky, and this is a big W in more ways than one, because now they're going to be able to get this point and stall it out.
And Redis on Iron Fist, too. You talk about stalling out. He got stalls for days out here. He's got the Living Tree ready to go. And they have so many of these ultimates, as you mentioned, not having to burn through those. Just waiting it out and flipping the point so quickly here.
Yeah, look at this, going aggressive right away. Why not, right? Get the cheaper town hall with the Gambit. You're going to just clean it up. Have to win this and go aggressive. You've got the Gambit ult. You know they don't. They're miles away. Tree going to have that ult. They've got everything else to try to get the retake here. 42% though. Nothing to laugh at, Vicky. So definitely a quick fight to continue a sustained buildup.
You got to see exactly why Gambit has been such a problem. No matter how many nerfs this hero has seen, unfortunately, it's just so much. But look who's waiting afar. It's going to be Tico. He's got the Eye of Agamotto ready to go, as the Heartbreaker is going to be the one to start things off. And it's going to take away from the Strategist ultimates. The Invisible Boundary, though, is met as the Spec tries to back away. But Nova is going to be helping them out with Logan and his own Invisible Boundary. But he tries to come down. He gets stomped. The Eye of Agamotto comes crashing down. And currently the Legendary from Tree. He's literally one shot, but then he gets duffed by Iffy.
Yeah, W Iffy there. He was able to stop the Eye of Agamotto from Lyric. That's going to stop it down to 80%. So that was a big interrupt, even though they didn't get a big value from it. Iffy's doing his part for the team for sure, though. Tico going to go down. One Vanguard is going to be out of this fight. 70% climbing, though. They were stalling it like they wanted. Scarlet close up to it. The Gambit's about to ult off on each other. We're going to probably have Pixel hold that for this next fight as Tree cleans up the rest. Looking towards it now, and they're just trying to get that pressure. But great job from Nova here, just continuing this point hold. Finally taken now from Rose.
Look at this. They're not going to be able to portal in here because they want to be able to contest this with their own Raging Royal Flush. This is going to start off a fight, but it's going to be met from Pixel 2. Aya Bagamoto only fights Logan, but that could be big. They're trying to protect Logan. He survives as he also has the invisible boundary. The only thing is, I respect, can't see the whole thing as it's clobbering time for Iffy to find the Vanguard lineup of Cafe Rose.
Yeah, you don't usually see that ult be the exclamation point. It's more the start of the sentence that it does, and it just gets all the limbs with it, taking anything but, as Tones is going to go down quick. Didn't love that ult. Unless he's going to switch off the hero, going aggressively. This is an awkward portal. They had the portal out, so they had to commit here, Vicky, but at this point, kind of going in staggering, 80% up and climbing, and this is not what you want to see. Hey, remember, guys, Cafe Rose only won one game against Nova. Good start for them.
It is, and this is the domination effect that we were talking about. Ooh, but really sticky. The Thor ult was just trying to buy some space and time, but if he was inside that side room, could have helped isolate that back line. Really see, Iron Fist now trying to go in. He has a stall potential, though, but he already used up that living chi. It's clobbering time, though. Finds no binds, no protection, even with the Raging Royal Flush being met up right afterwards. So no Purify, as they have to respect that together with the invisible boundary. The Eye of Bagamoto as he jumps in, finds Tone, as Tree comes in with the cleanup. Currently at nearly 95%, Nova has already been able to retake it, but Cafe Rose managed to flip it as long as it can prevent the stall.
Yeah, portals are out too. At
no
this point, 99. The only good point was they were able to get the point flip, but it's going to be a little too late here. And so that was kind of final. That was final point, final match there. And that's the problem. Is it was just awkward. They committed to the portal retake even after the point was already had, and then they kind of filtered in and out of it. It never really felt like they had a full, fair 6v6 situation, Vicky. And you know that can definitely spell the death here in domination, where it's so important to stay in lock as a team. Now, taking a look at the ults, Vic, let's go to break down what we think they need to do to be able to win this one back if you're Nova.
I mean, if you're Nova right now and you have the Raging Royal Flush, you have the win condition at this point, really, because Respect could use that invisible boundary, but then an anti could come out from Scarlet, and then it's lights out. Where are you going to double jump if Iffy's right there in your face trying to prevent you and keep you grounded? It's going to be very difficult, and Nova does have that survivability, at least for this first fight over Cafe Rose. But 100% with what you just said, Cozy, just to follow up on that, it could be a little awkward, even if you want to try to portal there to try to utilize that to your own advantage, but it was just them trickling in. So hopefully they don't start that off here, as dominations always goes hand in hand with whoever takes that point first, too.
Yeah, for sure. If you're Scarlet here, you know, usually you're getting a lot of these gambits, you're going to see them kind of hold it for the other gambit, but you got to know you just saw Pixel pop it. You might as well go in aggressively, and it's shocking if they lost this point. They don't have any kind of follow-up with it, but you don't really need much when you have people like Iron Fist under control here. We'll see them take the high ground. Again, they're going to kind of play a little passive at first, but this is when you put the pedal all the way down. We'll see now if Scarlet is going to pop that early. Maybe they go with the Logan play. Nope, they're going to go with the winning hand, and here it is. Going up with the instant defensive response is Respect. Now it's going to just kind of be a little bit of a layout of ult counter to counter now, with the clobbering going down with it. Find three.
Oh! Off the ante here too, Tones. She's gonna take everything for real, it looks like, as a huge stagger comes out too, and staggers are so important also when it comes to domination because of the time that you have to work with. But at least looking at Cafe Rose's side, we talked about it because we could expect it with just the ultimates we had online to start off that first fight. And Cafe Rose, they don't have that survivability. They will have the Raging Royal Flush next, but a little bit desync because they'll be waiting for Logan and that invisible boundary to help protect the rest of Nova.
No, absolutely. I mean, that is a lot of sugar there early, and Tones is just that player to watch. Does have that ult as well to try to counter the lay Pixel that much more, because Scarlet's about to, you know, kind of go and lap right up there, and that is what they're doing. Tones going right away, was able to find all targets, but Pixel playing it safe, so that was a huge play defensively, and having that in mind now, and with it all comes the Qs. Tico's going to throw out his automotive, find three with it. No follow-up though, as Lyric goes down to 0, up to 1 and nothing. They continue in this thing, and look at this, Vic.
The fact that they survived through that. Cafe Rose on point with the regeneration here from Respect to sustainability now. Nearly 50% for Nova, but Cafe Rose just slowly, as Nova's forced to back away, will be able to finally claim this point for their own. But they want to be able to try to press into Nova, want to waste even more time away from him if they can, because they need some more of that extra time. As you can see, Nobine's getting incredibly aggressive, isolating Tones in the process, and Nova will have Scarlet at least with that Raging Royal Flush after. You can see these antis too between Pixel and Scarlet have been on point.
Yeah, they've got to go aggressive here because they know Scarlet has this ult. And right now, the momentum is with Nova, okay? You can push in with that Scarlet, and they're going to try to do that right now. It's perfect where they were able to lay everything out. And with this, it's a Roman Coliseum fight. Everybody into the heal circle. Toad comes out the winner, though, as the audience applauses. Lyric going down quickly. Toad's going to keep up the aggression. They're going in with it. Getting only one with a Gambit ult was not what they foresaw in the future, because just like that, Pixel throws up the counter, and if they can spin this back on him, it'd be huge.
Yeah, Yamamoto finds 4. It goes big. It takes out the Starlord. It takes out really Sticky. And you're wondering here, after they used up the Raging Royal Flush, that was going to be their win con when they had seen the double ult originally. That was something that Cafe Rose had no sustainability for. The portal play now comes together, and they're trying to body block them as he duffs Lyric right through the face of the portal.
Yeah, there's good portal play because you still have the point, but unfortunately met the quick fist of Fantastic Four. I like what they did there. They were able to get a lot done. And, wow, you know what? They got 2, and they find more success from it. Points did flip back over to Nova. Keep your eyes on that as it ticks up. And poor Loki just trying to find somewhere to hide. But, wow, Vicky, yeah, talking about a great portal. Lose one quickly. The one who summoned it in Lyric, but everyone else was able to go ahead and get plenty of value, and they're cleaning this up.
And a bit staggered here, too. Just trying to delay it as well. This is great, at least for Nova, because he stalled it all the way to 78 before the portal comes right back together. From Tico, Ritas has a living cheek and even delay for further, but it's about clearing at the point, and it's Respect that has the invisible boundary. He's been isolated, though. Needs some help. You can see the protection from Pixel as Respect manages to get into the safety of the invisible boundary. But Gambit never. What here as Pixel tries to send the whole team forward. Nova trying to back away. And if he flies in on the Venom swap up with the Eye of Akamoto, only fights No Bites, and it looks like No Bites will not be taking anything today.
These are just cracking me up because the person who gets the point ends up then kind of losing that momentum early as Ritas is throwing all the aggression. Hey, say what you will about Gambit, but I love how fast the gameplay is, right? When you have like Loki and Adam and Cloak, it kind of just these fights last forever. I mean, this is just absolutely trade blow after blow is what I'm here for. And Ritas just wants it all. He's like Sorcerer Supreme, come over here, meet the Chronic Kid, finds his pick and escapes. That's exactly what you want to see. And Tones does not give a rip about the legend in the skies. Takes on Tree with him.
No, the follow-ups that we're currently seeing between Tones and Ritas is so scary. Thor Hammer goes up and then it goes down, and with nobody contesting, the overtime takes away in favor for Nova.
I mean, that was so clean. If I'm Nova there, I'm like, hey guys, this is why we won 3-1 before. All right, we lost that first one. The portal play wasn't perfect, but from then on, everything else was an absolute just chef's kiss. Got to shout out, yeah, the early and often picks. And listen, Cafe Rose, they're fixing their mistakes. You can tell they're playing a lot cleaner this time around. But you're looking at what we have here in the matchup of the ults to set up point 1. That's pretty close. Pretty obviously, you got the Strange ult, but everything else, this is gonna be a close, tight, battle to decide this first game, Vicky, to get into the grand finals.
That's what makes me excited here. I love to see the adaptation coming out already from the very beginning, learning their lesson after just yesterday alone, where maybe if they don't feel as strong on the Gambit, it still benefits them here instead of having to deal with a Loki on the other side. And then of course those 2 high-end duelists between Elsa and Phoenix at some of the hands of Nova here. Now, as we get started, Cozy, it's tied 1-1 apiece within our first map for our rounds. And as we dive into this next fight, it's really only Respect that has the survivability to help keep this fight going and delay things until Lyric also gets the clobbering time.
Yeah, and absolutely. That's going to be a huge boundary to really use aggressively if they so choose here. Just like that, going to go ahead and get a little bit of a first fight here between some gods of melee. Now throwing up at the top is going to be really sticky, and there it is, just like you call, Vicky. The boundary's up, and it's going to be the one that summoned it to get the first pick. Hello, Respect. Put respect on the name.
Once again, Pixel with a crazy ante and a nice follow from the rest of the team. But the Raging Royal Flush from both hands as everyone shows their hands. But another big ante as its clobbering time comes crashing on Tones' forehead. He finds 2, so no living chi to stall out. But at least with the invisible boundary, they can keep this point stalled so that way they do not get the advantage first.
Yeah, Logan's summoning that pretty early to try to keep that aggression because you still have a pretty quick way back to point. I do agree with that ult. Usually I would say it's too early, but the point has been taken. But at this point, it's going to be Tree that goes up in the sky. They do get the cap, forcing them to push back and rotate. But everybody's here, so the fight's going to commence. They don't have that instant stretch ult to keep them up, though. They don't need it as Tico finds 2 with the pop. Doesn't need the eye to open at all with it. And just like that, we wrap around back to Respect. Look how fast these ults are flying.
Exactly, but this is still in favor for Cafe Rose until right now on that swap up there. But I'm loving what we've been seeing with these different iterations, whether it be with the triple Vanguard, the one duelist that we've been seeing, as well as the double strategist. No triple strategist right here when it comes to Dom. It's all about that Gambit and together with that Rogue team up. And I'm loving what we're seeing here between the two things. But it's going to be, if he does have that clobbering time, Lyric's going to be able to match that together with No Binds, who has that Heartbreaker trying to take that away. They use it first, but it's going to be Tones who pulls the trigger as the Inti also meets with Really Sticky. Raging Royal Flush together, though, tries to keep him in this fight. But the Eye of Agamotto, it's clobbering time, goes big from Iffy. It was the double whammy, the double stun to stop them.
Oh, man, it's just chess pieces being played here, and they're playing really great. Pixel's done such a good job to rotate whenever you see Tones coming in, but the problem is Tones is able to connect with everybody else. They drain the life force right out of them, and even with the Gambit ult, they're unable to win the fight, but they do have everything here to respond. Here is the clobbering time into match, and just like that, Pixel from downtown finds Reedus. That's like a big pick for the sustain side of things, Vic.
Yeah, and actually catching 4 out of that clobbering time too. Very effective in utilizing this ultimate, and now Tree tries to move into the shop. With the Galactic Legend, though, trying to harass them, trying to boot them off, but it's not doing exactly what they want, considering that they're nearing 60% already. They have the survivability with Logan and the Invisible Boundary, something that Cafe Rose just does not have right now. And then you come crashing down, you find 3, and you do not have enough heals. They do it again! The Eye of Agamotto, I mean, the nail in the coffin. It is ult galore here for the buffet.
Tico was the one in the middle when everyone's like lifting a table up the stairs, and he's like not doing anything, but he has the hands under there. He's like, I'm gonna ult here just to be a part of the team. They didn't need that Tico ult, but hey, it doesn't matter. They were able to get it done. That Agamotto has the exclamation point of an already closed sentence, but you still love to see it up at 87%, and there comes the hand on the other side. But maybe that's why you hang on to some ults here, because quickly Tree is going to find himself some connection. They find another just like that. No binds, Tree and Pixel. You're going to be able to get this point right to him.
It makes you wonder, you know, if when you follow up with an Eye of Agamotto after you just saw 3 of them get clobbered with that clobbering time, I mean, come on, they're already dead, but would you be able to find them again in this next fight is the question. They finally flip the point, but they're feeling confident too, Cozy, because they're already at 98%.
Absolutely now, just like that. Shield's going to go up as respect to get the portal play. Logan's going to match that with it. Tone's going to get up and try to siphon what he can. Looking at every other ult here. Scarlet's going to be next up on the Gambit. So it's going to be really close. This neutral fight. Tico's going to find that first hit here. And with the other, Tones gets Lyric down. This point's at 98%. So remember, this is going to come down to the very end. And this could be final fight. Tones finds another and another as the X-Men. Sugar, we're going down, babies. Get one more. Thor is going to meet demise as well.
She can't hear her Sugar anymore after that pickup, and now with the portal play, you see the push up as well with that Invisible Woman, but now with the Heartbreaker, they try to open the gates with Tree being on that Punisher. You're talking about the flexibility of this duelist player, but he doesn't get the effective picks he needed because they had the Raging Royal Flush, and Toads is just ducking it out in front of the portal. No recontention, and Nova, they make the first statement after taking game number 1.
Yeah, I was talking the other day, I believe it was Shiv, and I was kind of putting my notes together for Ignite in year 2 of what that looks like, and I was like, man, I've already written some stuff about Tones. I think Tones is impressed me. This is before I knew they qualified. Tones kind of hogged the MVP last time around. Logan, though, going to be able to do it this time. And keep in mind, even though Cafe Rose won that first bit of the map, they didn't get what they need the most, and that is the game 2. It was 3-1 last time they fought. Already looking the same way so far, and look at these stats to paint the picture, Vic.
And this is the thing right now. Look at Logan's healing output. Oh my goodness, that Invisible Boundary was insane. The healing to help Logan was on another level too. We constantly saw it, whether it had to be Reedus, joined together with Tones. Iffy right there that was also able to ground so many oppositions whenever it came to the Raging Royal Flush when they tried to push onto that backline. 68,470 support for Logan. And then you look at the final hits here too. 17 for Tones, the player that you've highlighted for us before diving into that first game.
Yeah, no, for sure. Pixel played a great job, even looking there as the losing team. So you think that they obviously, with that save on Gambit, they like that. They're going to try to keep it as that. I just think it's so cool. We got this triple Vanguard thing going on with typically you would see more of a, I would say, anchor-ish, duelist being in that position. But being the Iron Fist with the triple Vanguard is such a fun play. It's a great way to be able to counter the opposition right back at you. As we know, that's what we saw Cafe Rose try to do the same with Rogue, Thor, and Strange for themselves. So great matchup number 1. You know, we expect to see a lot of maybe potentially Wakanda. That's where Cafe Rose chose to go a lot last time they went together. But I don't know. If I'm you, you know, you can look at going the same route as last time or try to make a big difference, a different splash. We'll have to see what they go with, Vicky. But hey, it's a great map. Great way to get things kicked off here on the final day.
Yeah, it's a lot closer this time around versus the first game that we saw against these two teams just yesterday, where I believe the first map was Krakoa, and it was like 0. Oh, sorry. Yeah, it was actually Krakoa, and it was like 0-2 on that first map. Now, looking at the difference, though, and you talk about it, like, do they want to go for the same approach where they still run the Gambit? What was really the root cause of that problem? And I feel like the biggest win condition being the Raging Royal Flush together with the Galactic Legend didn't quite hit its mark. It felt like they were desynced a lot of the times. We even saw like a strategist at 1.2, and I feel like there's just maybe some nerves, a little bit of that desync warming up to do in that first game before we dive into the second game, because it is, of course, best out of 5.
Yeah, I almost never lined up. It's a great point with the Star-Lord. Yeah. We really did not see them get that going and harmonize. It's so important, especially here in Dom. And these team comps are going to change a lot. Obviously, the pick and bans, what we just talked about before, is going to force a little bit more of that mirror. We'll see if we get that again. If you're going to be the side of Pixel here for Cafe Rose, we're going to see if we get the save early on. Loki's banned. Again, they went into the save for Gambit. Last time, though, the band... Okay, going back over to Deadpool. So this is a lot what we saw again when they last time, obviously the last map. Do notice, obviously, we're back in domination. So if you're Cafe Rose, they're like, you know what? We took the first map, and we were okay on the other two. Let's just bring it right back to the same game mode, which we don't get to see in Ignite. They have to shift through the game mode, so it's cool that we have the chance to go right back to the craziness.
The only thing I'm afraid of here, we just talked about it before we even saw this map, was that this is where they had started their series, and this is where Cafe Rose lost on Krakoa specifically. So learning a lot after changing up the bans and getting rid of Loki is always a great option. This obviously now leaves up for the Gambit to be saved. No more Elsa. We're still sticking to banning the Vanguard Deadpool. We know how strong Vanguard Deadpool's been, especially for those of you guys who've been climbing through the high rank side of Ladder, being a menace out here, especially since we're also seeing so much of the triple Vanguard with the Gambit being included together, cycling through the invisible boundary. If we see that Invisible Woman, if it is saved here, or maybe it gets banned.
Dude, is Tree going to try to go like Punisher here? Because at the end, he went Punisher. They got the mag ban in their play if they want to go that route now. Invis going to be the one saved here. So definitely a little bit of a different look. And there it is. We get Sticky. You know, we love to see the Spider-Man come out at times. And so it's always going to be fun to see if Sticky can play his favorite neighborhood hero. We're going to get that here in Krakoa. Not as good as the map as Hell's Heaven, but still fun. And they're going to try to shut down Arenas while they're at it.
I like this a lot, though, because now they're going to be able to enable Sticky with the Gambit Ultimate, right? So if they weren't able to find that sync together, looking on Cafe Rose's side with that Star-Lord, at least you have the Spider-Man that can really help disrupt things. Again, as we've also seen that we're going back to domination. No Star-Lord, though. If you know that the Gambit's out on the field, you don't have that Magneto team-up, but that still opens things up for the Rogue and the pop-off opportunities that we had seen from Nova. But it looks like we're changing things up a little bit. I'm not too sure if we're going to be seeing that Solid coming out, but we are sticking to that Rogue. I really like what I'm seeing here from Tones.
Yeah, you're right. Instead of doing the triple Vanguard route, looks like they could go. Tico plays a lot. I mean, you go Wolf. We saw a lot of that yesterday. Obviously, going to be doing more of the Strange here. So his Wolf can be crazy. He's got Namor under his belt, Jean Grey. So you kind of do it all in the duelist department. But this team does love their triple Vanguard in domination. I feel like what Spider-Man does for them, though, is it really allows them to kind of break up that team and try to make it a 5v6 and even get that little bit of advantage, because Spider-Man in that backline, always something to think on the mental and tough to deal with on a constant basis. But here we go. Teams lined up and ready. I don't think we're going to get some of these heroes locked in, so we'll allow the time to tick down to get a closer look at what we might see.
And Frida's being on the Daredevil. Okay. Seeing some swap-ups already. And I like how you highlight like the different duelist flexibility that we have too. Wolverine just, you can't really play into it with how crazy these things have been. It's so difficult to try to contest that even when you see the triple Vanguard here. But Tones is the only one on it, as we get to see a quick portal play to start things off from Lyric to try to contest them for the high ground. They wait for the portal themselves, and they actually end up going a little bit later to contest them on the other side of field.
Absolutely. Here as the first point, going to go ahead to a clash. Let's see how they rotate over for first fight. A little bit of a tricky point to take a lot of the time, and kind of use that Cerebro in the middle even for cover if you can. But Tree's in a great position here to try to get that early poke damage. Finds Tico with the 1-2, the follow-up, and the finish. Now Tree's going to be able just to hunt and pray now as in the back line, Sticky does his job, and they're going to be able to get this point with the poke and the Spidey.
Oh my, I do not want to be a strategist dealing with this on the other receiving side, because this is what they were working towards when we couldn't see the Phoenix. In the very first game, it was banned for a reason, and Tree coming out on the Phoenix themselves is going to be a menace from afar, but then you're going to look like a chameleon getting whiplash in every direction if you're a strategist looking at really Sticky harassing your back line.
No, for sure. I mean, that was just exactly how they drew it up and wanted it to follow through, and with it, Sticky's going to find another. This is what we're talking about, that constant 5v6. Kind of on the mental, right? Always behind him. Always being Sticky here. Having Aunt May's chicken soup now, looking for the best of the poke. And there it is with the 1-2 finish. He's going to try to get the combo. He finds it. Tico goes down early. Finds the health pack, and there's the advantage they want.
Very accurate, really Sticky. I should pointed it amazingly. Oh my goodness, Iffy. Finding Pixel. You are nothing with the quick reset here, as Iffy's just trying to force everybody to look at him, the Daredevil, to try to fight the Spider-Man. He can't go back because there's no more health pack, but the backup, the insurance policy from Tree. Aya Bagamoto finds just the Venom, but he's got the recent potential, not only with that ultimate, but also with the armor. He gets it done, but no Sits gets the grab. Just sit down here, back in the spawn, because no one's dealing with Iffy right now. It's still alive.
Yeah, the full, wow, oh my goodness, holy friendly neighborhood is getting 3 with it, make it 4. Finally says goodnight. He'll be back in 15 milliseconds either way. Regis does. He swat the bug on the wall, but either way, yeah, I think they used the Wizard's magic on purpose there to try to get Iffy off and maybe get the cap, but Iffy didn't even move. Instead, extra health, cool, adding up. Didn't have to use the ult as well. Hard to get that guy down, and now he's hungry, Vicky. We know what can happen then.
Yeah, he can't really pull that trigger when he's looking behind him, and the rest of his team is just being annihilated by really Sticky. And that ultimate bringing everybody together for a little quick 3K. Taking what real quick after the grab comes out? The moment they try to push through that choke, no bites has to wait even longer. But with the Raging Royal Flush, it starts to fight from both of these sides, and they need it. As Cafe Rose is already at 99%, they let the devil out. Is that going to be the lawyer that they need to help protect their case? As Logan finds no binds next.
Yeah, Logan's going to go and get one, Iffy with the other to finally get this point back to him. Regis with the 1-2 combo from the lawyer. And there we go. He can take a breath now. And hey, this is starting out how it kind of started last time. Cafe Rose looking hot out the gates. Remember, this is a team that just 3-0'd in the lower brackets. And you're looking at Nova, they lost, right? They lost to get down into this fight here. So one team off the win, one team off the lose. The revenge map at play. I don't think we're going to get a clean sweep either way. It's going to be Cafe Rose to get their first dent into the part of the bracket here. Scarlet going to go ahead and try to aid the team behind Logan with the follow-up. But Scarlet, it's the strategists at play here, Vicky, that are going to get done.
Right. Lovely follow-up. Once again, off an ante. They know where the pesky Spider-Man is rotating to, so the back of their own team on Cafe Rose. But when No Binds comes together, you do have that Heartbreaker. As the point has not been contested just yet, but they're looking about them because they know that there could be a Spider-Man ring about. And Cafe Rose will have Tree to go in for a reset to get some of that extra damage done once they have the Raging Royal Flush as well.
Yeah, the young buck is just showing how it's done on the big stage. I mean, just crazy to see the talent even at such a young age. Really Sticky get it done here as Binds is up in the air. It's going to be X-Men versus X-Men there as Rogue goes on the Rogue, and there it is. There's the first No Binds ult to try to get things slowed down a bit, and with it, Sticky's going to get his laugh as Regis goes down quickly. Tone's going to even the odds on the Rogue, so right now going to be able to keep this sustain up on point, which they have to do with 67% up. Logan knows that, summons it up, Tico throws it down.
Oh, but then the protection comes in. Tico with too much damage to protect the backline as really Sticky. I try to unleash the Spider-Man ult onto them and then try to get the follow-up with the End Song Inferno from Tree. That plan has now been squashed, and Regis will soon let the devil out. But the claw break time found Tico and Regis. The survivability is too strong, and the Raging Royal Flush keeps Nova in this fight.
Yeah, now go ahead and keep your eyes on the Doctor Strange here, because if they're able to wipe out Cafe Rose and No Binds stays alive through the end of it, it's going to look really strong for them. Well, looks like Portal back there now with the punches going in early. They know they've got to win this fight. Time is ticking, and they've almost got point back. It's 99-99. Get Cafe Rose win first point again. Regis going with the combo early. Finds the strategist. And there's Respect going down quickly to open this first fight. 5v6.
That's a contested point, though. Overtime's ticking away. No one's here yet. No Bites is too far up. No, they were trying to go in from the staircase.
Brutal.
And unfortunately, you can see the slow-mo too as No Binds realizes it. He just goes in slowly into the sky and unfortunately cannot have his feet touch the point in time as the first round goes in favor for Nova.
Dude, that's one of those, that's just one of those rounds that if I'm playing, I get so frustrated because you know if you're Cafe Rose, like you were the better team in that first fight, right? For most of the time. Problem is the comp that Nova has, when they get point, it's so hard to get it back. You have Iffy there lasting for an eternity, right, as Venom. Don't even think the guy went down. And then it just takes so long to get them through that. You got to handle Tones as well. And so, unfortunately, even they were 99 up, just unable to get the job. And the first point done, where honestly you should have.
I also have to give credit too for Logan and the survivability that we're seeing from the backline strategists of Nova when you're having to deal with really Sticky, who's now making the spot, by the way, over to the Wolverine. We were wondering if we're going to see the Wolverine in general with this matchup, since we've been seeing the Vanguards really put in pressure. But considering that there is no thing to deal with, this is a perfect opportunity because you're just dealing with the Doctor Strange and Venom, who will have a reset opportunity if he's able to use Feast of the Abyss.
Yeah, they've done great on their commits, their ult commits in general. It's just playing, as one synchronized team. What you want to see, all these teams being in Ignite, that's one of the most important things, flexibility, but obviously just being in one harmony with one another. Tree going to try to get those early pokes that opened up the fight for them last time. With Sticky in the background, but this time obviously Sticky on the Devil. Tone's going to go up early, trying to force a fight, and there it is. Going to find the pop over. Tree is down.
Ooh, I like that, though. Almost like a force after putting in some pressure, knowing that Toes was going to get grabbed, baiting it out, and then just getting the finishing blow onto that first player, onto Tree here, the invisible boundary to start this fight. And Tico unleashes the whale, calling the sounding of the 7th trumpet, but with the Raging Royal Flush. Clobbering time still hits Logan, by the way, after he's behind that wall, but it's fine. The peel is there, and the Namor being out here for Nova after we saw Tico pop off just yesterday on the Namor is helping them out. Daredevil now from Regis is just going to clean up whatever is left from this team.
Nobody's just trying to stay on point as long as he possibly could to try to keep it a little bit. Was able to last in the last second. They finally turned their eyes to him. But 10% up and out. Going to go to break the environment around him. Always doing something, right? We talk about that constantly, either in the sense of comms, but also just getting the environment prepped, how you want it, how you like it. And what did we just say? As soon as this point is taken from Nova, this is a very tough team comp to try to get it back. So we'll keep our eyes on Iffy. We'll see if a poke comes early. We're just going to go with the Devil right away. And there is Scarlet to punch the ult. And just like that, it's going to be an erase button, Vic.
Oh, Big Auntie, though, finds 2 of them where you can't let the Devil out, whereas Regis is able to follow up with his own Rage and Royal Flush combo. Another Big Auntie, but no binds, does manage to back away. You don't want to overextend here as they're already nearing 45%, and Nova didn't have to burn everything, too, right? It was only those 2 ultimates with the Raging Royal Flush, so they still have that survivability with that invisible boundary.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, here it is, pretty much. Pixel is going to try to get this ult early. They've got to win that fight right there. If they don't, it's going to be a real uphill mountain to climb. And there's Iffy. He's hungry, goes in, tries to get the bite, gets the survivability with it. And good rotation there, staying alive as Lyric is going to try to push in, and there it is. Here is the ult we're looking for. This is the fight they have to win, and they start out with respect, getting the 1-2. Vic, this is exactly what they need.
By the eye of Mama, nothing. And now with the invisible boundary that Logan used up after still losing out on the Namor and Tones here on the Doctor Strange, it forces out a swap up as Tones goes over to the Rogue to combine that team up together with the Gambit. But this is worth it here for Nova because they're nearing at 80%. They're still trying to move up so that way they can try to maybe get some staggers as they do find no binds. Although no binds is on the Venom, so he'll come back quickly. He tries to cut off their exit points with that horn as the Namor pushes up together with the ultimate, but they've lost out on Regis, not letting the Devil out, and Respect was forced to use that invisible boundary.
Yeah, all cards on the table right now. They've really got to play aggressive. You're a little bit down momentum-wise and ult-wise. So right now, trying to get Pixel up. Scarlet knows it, so you're going to get this pop, and it's about to be summoned now, and we'll see how long they can survive it. Regis is going to try to find the passive. It does get Pixel out of this thing. That's a huge, absolute massive pick, and that is going to allow Nova to just clean up the rest.
It puts them in such a good spot because, yes, they probably will have the Rage and Royal Flush looking at Pixel specifically for this next fight, but Nova's already at 85%. Look at Rita's trying to forcefully get another stagger. Not going to overextend once again, but it's about putting in that extra pressure and maybe boosting up into their own respective strategy ultimates, as Logan does have that invisible boundary too.
Portal's up. Sticky, let's see what you got. This is going to be a big fight to win. Well, you got the spawn room for a moment here. Now as Tico is going to find the squids, help take him down. Tones gets another Nova now with already 2 down. 4v6. Fighting to be close behind. Pixel's going to have to use it on who he can and who is alive. Sticky can be close to it. Now with Lyric down, this is just going to be what is likely the sunset to the second map at the beautiful Krakoa and Hellfire Gala. Nova finds one, finds them all, and that is going to be now a 2-0 over Cafe Rose.
Talk about not enough of that DPS coming out, right? There wasn't enough damage in general from the duelists because there wasn't an opportunity for the duelists to even find their footing when they got onto the point. And that's the importance of expecting the Spider-Man. You protect the Spider-Man, but then you do not ban the Namor, which was a problem yesterday too, as Logan's our MVP.
Yeah, it takes a long, first of all, the advantage of being in the winner's bracket and being able to watch your team, even though Cafe Rose was hot off the press, is you get a little bit extra homework. You're not playing on the field, right? But you're able to watch your team, the team you're going against, kind of see how they got that 3-0 earlier. You've already beaten them, so you go in with that confidence, right, Vic? So it is tough in such a quick, small time to turn that around. But again, that's what will be expected from you at Ignite, at the biggest stages, to try to punch your ticket and continue climbing. But yeah, taking a look at the stats overall, Regis impressed me a ton there as the Devil. Early often found just huge picks to give the team the advantage, and of course Tones, and if you're always doing what they do best.
And this is Regis, who was just earlier on playing Iron Fist, very same stall potential, but also providing the peel necessary to allow that strategist backline to pop off. That's why Logan was the MVP there, only going down twice, and then Scarlet only going down twice when you're dealing with really Sticky and Tree, who were trying to harass you from afar after that first round, to then immediately take it back is impressive. That's the peel, that's a changeup that we needed to see from Nova, and they got it really quickly.
Yeah, hey, but listen, last time we were in this position, 2 games up for Nova, Cafe Rose was able to bite back and at least start kind of scratching their way into this thing, and I still don't think it's going to be a clean sweep. Too much talent across these two teams and history at this point, which is fun to see. We've been looking at some of the players that we know for a while now in the America scene for sure, and I've been wanting these other storylines to emerge from not only players, but teams. And this kind of stuff carries on. I know it's, Marvel Rival Championship, but I love seeing these kind of revenge tales in the making already, Vicky. Been a fun one. We've got a lot to climb into. And guys, we know we're just getting started on what is going to be a terrific final day for Season 6. Don't go anywhere. Reload, reset. We'll see you right back after this break. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back. The situation is pretty easy for Cafe Rose. It's win or go home, Vicky, and this is going to be a great map to do it at because it is the one map where they got the win against Nova last time. So we're going back to Wakanda, and once again, our third straight domination, Vicky.
Yep, it's randomized here, and we get the Dom back-to-back. We get the explosive first fights back-to-back here, going in for 3 times in a row, Cozy. And I love how you highlighted the setting, because not only was this the only map that they beat Nova in, this was also one of the maps that they beat Girl Bye in a very close 3-2 situation. So let's take a look at the pick and ban phase to see if anything's changed up here. We're going to keep seeing the Gambit. No, well, it looks like the tank pool is still going to be out.
Yeah, listen, you get a lot of hometown favorites or hometown advantage, home court advantage in these games, and this is definitely one that they like to have. The Loki going to be saved this time around, which we did see, I believe, Logan play a little bit yesterday from the Shipment Dogcast. Respect, we've seen a ton on Loki, who I think is the still, like, obviously Gambit does what Gambit does, but I think overall is just the most dominant strategist in this game, can do it all. And it has so much for his kit, those lanterns, those crystals, million names for them, can do so much here as we see Gambit banned.
And this makes me think that now with Gambit being off the table, seeing Loki, are we going to possibly see from the other side, from Cafe Rose, a ban onto the Mantis? Maybe they'll just use that to their own advantage, because when you see Loki, you could probably expect a Mantis and Groot to be out in play if Groot even sees the light of day here. But we get to see the Jeff ban next. So this is great, actually. Now seeing a change up in the pick and ban phase, something else that Nova has to keep in mind too is while Cafe Rose has adapted and changed up the very beginning of the series on how they approach the pick and ban phase with this universal ban that we currently have in the MRC, we see the protect onto the Invisible Woman, but something else for Nova to have done their homework, right? And having that extra time between their matches after what they've already experienced yesterday. And there's that protect onto the Mantis.
Yeah, they had one Jeff ban between them last time, and they know their opponents, right? This is all about, one of the great things about the in-client tournaments is you can go back and watch and easily see kind of the strategies, right? And that's why you have to have more ways to win than one if you are these pro players and teams. Again, so much talent. The talent is never up for question, but in a team hero shooter, it takes so much togetherness to get it done. And how can you find, again, different ways to get the dubs as we find ourselves again in this potential elimination match for Cafe Rose. Elsa off the table once again, which definitely changes up the gameplay. And here we go. Heroes locking in, looking like we might get some Adam.
And with the Gambit being banned, it also kind of breaks the foundation of the Gambit team-up that you would see with the Magneto and Rogue, right? So you don't have to even use up a ban on the Magneto because the Gambit's already banned for you. So we won't be able to see Tones pop off on that like we saw earlier before. So just hovering over what we might see instead. But I'm expecting the triple strategists to probably come lined up together with that Loki and that Mantis. That's why you also saw the protect over onto the Invisible Man. And let's get this started, Cozy. Map number 3, Burning T'Challa. We see it once again between these two teams.
Yeah, I mean, Tico was popping off yesterday with Wolverine, so having Redis and Tico right at you with Tones as the one-wing angel is a scary comp. And talk about still kind of keeping that core identity of the defense build. You know, if you're Nova, we're going to rely on those early picks from Redis or Tico, and then if they can get that first point, it's going to be a tough one to take back. On the opposition side, though, see what really Sticky is going to put together right now, showing the Duelist Deadpool, which we got to see a little bit from Jitward yesterday. They would use like a strategist Deadpool and go into it as the kit's already built up. But no, just flash maybe what he wants to play. A little respect to Jitward that we might see in the finals. Going to go to Adam, which we did see plenty him play, and they play it great. But what's lacking from this is really, they're going to have to just have Tree do a lot of the heavy lifting poke-wise.
Can we talk about really Sticky's Adam, by the way? Because his Adam is so scary. He was getting such crazy shots with the animation canceled too, so that way he could shoot even faster. For those of you guys watching and trying to level up your Adam play here as well with this triple strategist lineup here, and together with the Namor, Tico, maybe expecting a different look from really Sticky, but it's also the follow-up pressure that they're dealing with Tones, with the protection of Logan, also putting down together those lambs. Tree's also trying to take a different off angle after Respect had used up his own survivability. But it's a lot more of this poke pressure as he's trying to call out where this Daredevil is.
They got to get on the point here. They're about to give it to Nova, and I appreciate them trying to stay alive through it so they can't extend too much. But right now, if you are no-binds, try to stay on there as long as you can. But you're going down quickly. You have already used big cooldowns. Going right back up close to the piece of the Abyss as well will be huge as the Whale Summon lands down and not only gets the CC, but finds the finish. Tico, Tones, finally 1, 2, 3, and this is exactly what you can't have if you are trying to stay in this thing as Cafe Rose.
Toads is going insane. They lost out originally here, but the follow-up after Tico had tried to cut off the exit point here, and Cafe Rose now, they were able to try to control the point originally, but it was the nice patient play from Nova to keep their feet planted on this point, even with Scarlet now having that Eternal Bond ready to go after making some changes. Logan too to get that copy so that way they can help with that survivability. But the one thing though, Cozy, is to call out where really Sticky's positioning is to make sure that passive doesn't go off into that res.
Yeah, Logan is going to keep his eyes on it. I think passive's burned for the time being because he used it earlier, which it depends the way you look at it. I would have almost saved it for this exact thing. Logan's going to try to copy if he can, though, on that res if possible. Nobody was able to stay alive for so long, though, and keep that point being taken. So 32% is the only number thus far. But here we go. We'll see if they paint the path first with Scarlet. It's going to go ahead and be the Agamotto. Going to find 3 is big. And like that, the undefeatable follows. And the cleanup.
They're ready. Pixel was absolutely ready, but guess what? Then you have to deal with an anti coming out of Tones after using Feast of the Abyss, and they get domed by the Trident. If you are in tree side, no reset there. You're going to have to hold on to that instead as Nova once again win another team fight.
And that's why the passive is important to hang on to, right? Because if you go out there, you can come back up, try to find that second fight finish. They've already blown some of their ultimates, but now got to get together as a team. So you'd expect them to win this fight, but Nova's got kind of everything else they still need. No-binds is just getting absolutely hit by everybody on the opposition, but does have that ult, gonna piece up if needed. Respect gets a huge pick on Tones, though, which will come back quick, but we'll see if they can follow up the finish. Respect now barely get hit by the Whale. The meteor goes up, Purple Ball slams down, finds a connection as Radius goes down.
Oh! Man, you think you're going to have to look at where that meatball is going, but instead it is Lyric that says no Gambit, not necessary here. The Eternal Bond to keep this fight going, and now Logan too can do the same thing here, but an anti comes out this time from the hands of No-binds, and it finds Tico. They trade that off, but really Sticky has the passive activated, and he's got that Karmic Revival. You got to keep your eyes on it, as currently at 99%, Cafe Rose want to stay in this fight to contest.
Yeah, might as well go up to 99 as Logan's going to copy the Cloak and Dagger, keep everybody on the point. Really, Sticky still has that ult to be said. Respect does get Radius out, Akamotto out. The quick voice line. There's a couple voice lines that just sound so much funnier when they cut off. Strange being one of them now. Which the quick Triton in the pop. Tico finds Sticky. So that was well worth the commit now if you Logan. And Tones is going to follow with Tree. This is getting rough here. And Cafe Rose is just trying to hang on.
But really, Sticky was holding on to that ultimate for so long, though, and now you have the Spider-Man from Radius. He says, I can do the same exact thing as Nova stays on this point. He tries to pull him up, No-binds, and finds Logan in the process. But again, really, Sticky will at least come in if they want to use the Karmic Revival for this fight. And with Pixel trying to stall for as long as possible with the Soul Resurgence, it's very doable here over time. Still in favor for Nova here. Tone's still staying alive, and Tico's getting set up as he jumps right behind really Sticky, who does not have that passive active, which is the win condition to stay on this point.
Yeah, Tree's gonna find one too. This is the perfect map to quick flex the Spider-Man to touch the point because you're able to get the pull off. So Reed is just swapping over to help the team quick in the fight and able to get so much value from it. But boy, is swapped and they committed a ult that I was not in love with. If you are Scarlet, just like that, Tree farming up close to the Agamotto. Sticky's had this for now a millennium as he's ready to rise the team and get the zombies in from a wipe to win if needed. And just like that, there's copy once again. Logan going to go out with the Cloak and Dagger. Just changes how these fights last forever. Regis with the pick on respect.
Nice. Great stagger right there, too, before they shift their awareness to that player over to the side here. But the Born again rings true after they hear the Feast of the Abyss not target them. The Karmic Revival comes in and saves the day, brings everybody together. The extra shields, too, on top of it all. And Pixel has the survivability with the Soul Resurgence. Respect can get the next copy, and Lyric is sniping Tico's head as now Cafe Rose are approaching that 55%.
Yeah, when you cheat death, it just makes you completely change the way you fight. And so being able to get that Adam ult out, it's always nice. Had it for a long time, too, but finding good use of it. 64%, right? Can't get an early pick on here. They're just going to get little pokes damage and maybe get that meteor in for the next fight. Respect Pixel, though, ready to go as well to aid their Magneto. Keep your eyes on Tico here, though, Vic. Want to see where the wolf is going as Tree finds himself an early exit. That's a huge pick.
Oh, I was gonna say, yeah, just looking on the other side. I mean, maybe he doesn't need to get the kidnap on the Doctor Strange, but we got a Mischief coming through to get the copy, and it's the Born again this time from Respect. He gets taken out. Tiku said, I don't need to do it against the Doctor Strange. I get it on you instead. The Eye of Agamotto only connected to Tones, and Regis gets the reset too with the end song Inferno after we saw that swap off of that Spider-Man to contest as they come out of the choke. Eye of Agamotto gets big though. It's found 3. They need help, and Pixel is here with the Soul Resurgence. Meteor M comes crashing down, but fails to miss his mark here because Cloak and Dagger has the Eternal Bond to paint the floor. Tico comes diving down though, and the Feast of the Abyss, it's too much damage output as Cafe Rose is staying alive, 99 and 99.
Yeah, they were able to. It's a Fat Agamotto, but Sticky doing a great job staying in this thing and now just trying to keep the point up there. It's going to be a great job from Lyric. Down just facing everybody, it seems, and going to get the point again. Ready for the Q. Waiting for the team to call it out now. It's on the top end is Pixel and Sticky trying to get rid of this Sticky symbiote of Venom with the 1-2 pop. They do find a trade. It's Tico out early and the passive, which is huge. And just like that, the rise comes. Marvel Zombies with it, and Sticky's going to get the whole team in it. 99-99 is coming down to the wire.
And just a pixel away as Nova still the number of benches, but really Sticky's Karmic Revival is still active. This is still going as they drop down from the top. You have the God of Mystery, you have the copy, you have the Eternal Bond, just so that way they can stay alive, but really Sticky from the skies as Adam can fly now. He is diving and dipping to find these picks, but nobody's on the points.
Wow, that was such a huge, insane, not only point win, but momentum win because you got absolutely thrashed there, right? Kind of reminded you of what we just saw in the last domination when Cafe Rose was looking strong the whole time, ended up losing it by touching off. That's going to be the other side there with Nova, who had everything going their way. Definitely want that one back, and just big tip to the cap. Now, finish strong. You did this before on map number 1. Win the next one so you can find yourself 2-1 with the chance to continue to fight in this bracket and prove what your name is all about, Cafe Rose. Really strong first game, though.
Not gonna lie, Cozy, I was sitting on the edge of my seat hoping that we were gonna see a copy from Logan onto Really Sticky and then see the Karmic Revival from Nova's side, but it was so much, and Really Sticky was in such a good position before flying from one's high end vertically on that point into the other side of the point there, and it was really difficult to track him down. As now Cafe Rose coming out of the gates a little different, maybe just for the extra shields here, but now looking at the BRB advantage that they could have here, at least with that rocket, could be something different, and he swaps right back over to the Loki.
Yeah, no, they did a good job. Even though they got Respect out right after the Atom ult, they just kept Lyric alive for so long, enough to get everybody back. Where Sticky got the ult, and then they kind of followed from there. Got to play perfect if you're going up against not 6, but up to, what, 11, 12 lives at the passives there. Tico going to go ahead and throw these Tritons early to get us started for the first fight.
Also, I love the fact that he's trying to take care of the environment here too, just so that way he can get more clearing. Feast of the Abyss to start off the fight though for Nova. They want to hold on to a tree, get set incredibly low, but they don't need to have to burn the Soul Resurgence yet. Holding on to that in their pocket as the Eye of Agamotto comes out, and it doesn't hit a single person. The Protect coming in too, and the backup from Lyric, but Pixel still uses that Soul Resurgence a little early as now Scarlet held on to that invisible boundary, and it looks like we have another long fight here, but Really Sticky could get that Karmic Revival once again, so that way they get advantage of the point here as he still has that passive.
It's tough because Respect already used the Lanterns too, so they were hoping that Agamotto would land. They had no counter for it, and then they were able to just completely clean up. But they all stayed out of it with the Whale. Just going to go ahead and not find success with it as well. Point now, not taken for either. This is always such a long point to grab here inside the precious buildings of Wakanda. Just like that, Regis does have the ult ready to go, but going to find binds without it. The neutral game strong here for Nova. And Born again, win again, come again. Really Sticky, throwing up everybody. Going to change the pace of battle here for Cafe Rose, but Regis is picking them off like clay pigeons, Vicky, fighting one after the other here in the back line.
The Born Again, a line that I hear in my nightmares still to this day. As you see the end song Inferno, the reset here. Regis getting dove on by the Venom, getting dove on here from the other side if you're looking at Tree, but Pixel's also very close to that Soul Resurgence. Looking at Logan, though, also looking at the Venom, making sure that there's just enough heal, not having to burn those lamps there, looking on the other side until he gets that cooldown back here. But it's still none of these teams have flipped this point first. This fight has been going on forever as we keep rotating through more strategist ultimates, but a beautiful snipe here from Tico to prevent Tree, right? Like, quickly, if you blink, you may have missed it. And then he calls the Horn of Proteus, just so that way it can be the nail in the coffin. But trying to cut out their exit route here, Cozy, is difficult as you hear the Born Again this type of Respect.
Yeah, gonna finally get that copy and get that thing going for his fellow teammate. Now, Sticky's gonna be up at 84% and climbing, but the point did go over to Nova, which is just a W in itself because it's taking so long to get things rolling for them. Absolute beautiful aim there from Lyric now, and that's all they need to try to set this back up because they've got Sticky. Gotta get the point back fast though here, Vic, and they finally get the big-time Tones out of here for the sustain. Piece of the Abyss is ready. Your Tones trying to get back here, but nope, point is tapped back over to Rose.
Look at these the immediate shots here, too. Really Sticky putting in the damage just to allow more follow-ups together with No Binds, who has the opportunity to reset so they can get even extra aggressive. But this is the biggest fear that I have here, Cozy. When you know that God of Mischief is out, you get the copy, and really Sticky is still holding on to that Karmic Revival. Yes, they were able to flip the point back in their favor, but this is another long fight waiting for us.
Yeah, it's always aggressive on this map, too. You want to push in. Iffy, though, does not care. Gets Lyric right out of this thing, but kind of have those lives to use, and just like that, gonna go ahead and pop that early. Can't lose the Vanguard this early, and that's just a huge W for Iffy to have that advantage in aggression early, because you get the bait out at least.
He gets respect back up, too. We were hoping that timing was going to last long enough because he's about to get the God of Mischief. He's about to get a copy. But it's going to start things off with Nova, at least a recontest on this point as Cafe Rose reaches 45%. A quick little sleep, though, before Respect gets woken up again. But that was opened up with a Soul Resurgence from Redis. Tones, once again, still has a reset, but it's going to be activated by No Binds first. You see the lamps that were called in as he shuts down Tones in the process. Venom for Venom, though, and an Eye of Agamotto onto Pixel. Shuts down any attempt off the Soul Resurgence, but the Born Again rings out in the copy of the God of Mischief onto Really Sticky.
Yeah, if you're watching at home, you think this is absolute chaos. Well, it's obviously because Loki's at play. You have both the residents. There's so much constant action. No time to breathe at all. It's like one of these teams, do they slow things down? That's just not the pace of battle here in Wakanda. On domination, it's ult after ult, and they're doing perfect counters one after the other. But Tones with Redis end up finally finding the 3. Early point take, but it takes so much perfection to get through all that Adam Warlock. And listen, if they didn't get that, Sticky was right around the corner. Then Respect goes and round and around the carousel of Qs, and the graphics cards were dying and begging for a break, Vic.
And a nice little stagger there too, right? So many colors going down on the screen here, just trying to hold it down, playing that almost to perfection. But it's also very difficult when it comes to the onslaught of damage that we're currently seeing right here, like the little animation cancel that we're currently seeing from Iffy, though, before backing away is building into that Eye of Agamotto, and Really Sticky jumping in right behind them. Redis gets taken out and domed by Really Sticky, who jumps up to the high ground and nobody's looking at the window.
That was an absolute disgusting alt fire and a great way to open up the pick. This should absolutely give them the advantage now to win this fight and win the map, and most importantly, make this thing 2-1. Agamotto goes out if he's trying to land something, but nothing from it with the follow-up Tones. Finds Pixel, and that's going to get that team not only more advantage, but continue the sustained effort. Here we go, though, Vic. Round and round we go. We already seen this song and dance as Sticky's going to rest the group. In Song Inferno tries to put Redis back in the spawn room once again. He's having a permanent vacation right now for this fight.
It's been so difficult, right, when trying to get your hand on things, especially after you were just right outside of those lamp ranges, and Pixel now brings everybody together with the Soul Resurgence. No Binds, though, tries to follow up to try to prevent anybody from getting that sustained with his own ultimate, but not finding the mark that he was looking for with the anti. Being protected, though, by the lamps is going to be Lyric. He's trying to isolate the Phoenix. As you get the copy, Respect now moves in a different form of the strategist from the God of Mischief, and overtime ticking away is favoring Nova for now, but Cafe Rose have the number advantage.
What a great call. Instead of going in with the Atom and going on the defensive side, they go, you know what? All cards on the table. Let's go to copy the Mantis and push this thing and get the win with it. Or sorry, Respect copying the Mantis there earlier into the fight as we look at Pixel now over on the hero tree. We rotate out. This is going to just try to be a touch of what you can. 99. Time is now ticking with the overtime. Beautiful little poke, but you're down 5v6 at this point. Now make it more. Scarlet's out. This is going to be Cafe Rose making this thing a 2-1. Vicky, they're not out yet. Facing elimination. They answer the call.
And they keep the tradition going, Cozy. Once again, Cafe Rose showing off how strong they are on Burn and T'Challa.
I beg of you teams, don't pick another domination. My God, it's just such a different match when you have Adam Warlock's twice that. I mean, listen, Loki is just such a disgusting hero in this game, and domination especially. What they could do just to make those fights. I mean, first of all, the opening point fight it seemed like an eternity, but man, that third fight in, Vic, I swear it was about 15 minutes, even though the match barely went that long.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, and Tree getting focused down for so long and still having, some of that survivability is more so the damage output, the final hits. Rita's together landing those headshots on the Mantis to be able to recycle through those abilities even quicker with the 11 final hits here too. That's what I like to see from our Mantis players, especially if you're running into that triple strategist mirror matchup with just one little different factor, and it's the constant karmic revival. Being able to deal with that from the other side is so difficult, but that's what Cafe Rose was able to play into even stronger. If you look at Tree with his 8 final hits and that 31k damage, coming out on top, even 18-9. Yes, the damage output wasn't there in getting those KOs, but it was the way that they were able to play objective, Cozy.
Yeah, and honestly, just props to Sticky, because there's not a lot of Spider-Man players that flex to Adam. Not only in your ranked games that you see all the time, but just in general, the skill set is very different, right? So you don't often see that happening. So I love that comp. It really allows them to play differently as a unit. And now they've got that confidence they need. But if history repeats itself at all, it's that we're going to see Nova then pick the map that favors them the best. I believe all of New York has been conquered by Nova. Central Park and Midtown has been kind of where they go to win these games and kind of get that last win. And that's why it's tough going down 2-0, right? In best of sevens, a lot of time, a lot of breathing room. Best of fives, you're down 2. You got to continue to play perfect. And I can promise you, Vicky, they're going to clean up the mistakes. And so you're going to see what this is going to be just a good, hopefully, finish. Do we get the tie, Vic? Do we go more? We'll have to find out.
Yeah, because then we have to also consider that Nova has done their homework, because after they lost out to the team that is currently sitting in the grand finals from the winner side of things, yeah, we lost. They had lost out on Midtown 1-2, but it was incredibly close in that map alone. So definitely agree with you, Cozy. Since we have the random selection of these different maps to see how these teams have to be so flexible and play to their strengths, in addition to the universal bans.
For sure. And guys, you saw it. There's just so much chaos going out that we can't even call out everything that's going on, but there's perfection in the counterplay. That is what impressed me so much. I mean, you saw ults flying across the screen, but just absolutely answering the call, not only with ultimates, but those key abilities to keep people alive in the ults, and that's what you love to see. Then going to be the first one banned as we head into what we called going to be New York, and this is exactly what they did last time. Nova, they're like, okay, you got one on us, great. We get to pick the map now. We're going to our home court. And they've just played so perfect on this map thus far.
And they have to also be aware of what we had seen in that last game with if he had trying to desperately swap over to the Doctor Strange, maybe trying to portal in if it was interrupted, if there wasn't enough time here, because we didn't see that from the other back end side of things. And going hand in hand with the timing, because they protect the Loki, but the Mantis ban coming out next means you won't have that damage boost, and that immediately is retaliated with no Gambit. Cafe Rose noting the difference here. If they see Nova trying to protect that Loki, okay, well, here on Cafe Rose's side, this could benefit them, but they know that they may not play the Gambit to the same strengths that we've seen Nova do.
Yeah, but they do get their Jeff, and so that's going to be definitely fun. Not the best Jeff map, but definitely helps the comp that they're trying to run. Gru is going to be saved on the other side. And what did we kind of do opening up this conversation? Tones is that Vanguard Swiss Army knife can just about play anything that's asked of them, and they have a really strong defense on this map. I mean, we'll have to see here as they open things up, but Cafe Rose being on defense first won't tell us the full story, because if we opened with Nova, I'm telling you, it's just such a... That's why they picked this map. They know exactly what they want to do with it. And they also know, Vicky, they don't want to deal with any Daredevil.
Oh, yeah. No Daredevil, because if they see that there's no ban on Invisible Woman, they don't want the Daredevil to try to harass that backline if that's what they opt to roll out with. Even though there is no Mantis, you still won't have that anchor here, but together with the Loki and the Groot, see what they could do with the sustain. Do they want to stick to that instead? I mean, they have the Adam Warlock that's still open, but this is Midtown, and that's a bit of a difference maker, right, Cozy? Because we're now moving on to Convoy. Finally, not a Dom map, but this also highlights a lot of weaknesses, I think, for a lot of teams where they could try to play these Doms very well, but I feel like for Cafe Rose's side, that's the issue. Even though they did lose out on those 2 maps on Domination because they're great on Dom in general, and that's what we saw in our previous map, they're just not as good, though, on Convoy and Convergence, so we have to see what that adaptability is going to be looking like.
No, for sure. And honestly, the biggest thing that's different from these last couple maps we just saw is, well, they have access to what has just been the most dominant hero this season. It's the new kid on the block, Elsa Bloodstone. Obviously, we're going to see Tree play that on the offense approach, and maybe later into point 2 or 3 to match. But Ritas, keep your eyes on the prize of what they can do with the Apex Predator. The Glartrox and the combos, the overhealth, the sustainability. Elsa is scary, and enjoy her while you can. I think Season 7 could end up being some balance towards her in, but an absolute dominant duelist right now.
I got to learn a lot about Elsa watching Cozy's videos myself, I just gotta say, and it's been so fun to be able to try to take some notes and apply it to my own game. So much damage output, and then self-sustain from Elsa. What did we hear Dougman say yesterday? Almost like the server admin that some others were saying on the mic, and you're gonna see why as I get to see a huge kidnap. Someone called 911 because Lyric couldn't stand a chance, needed some help. Even the attempt off the peel right there from No Binds, but with no rocket PRP, unfortunately, we won't be seeing Lyric for quite some time.
Yeah, just completely delete the tree out of here. And this is one of those points and why they pick it. But this is a point that you've got to make a 3-fight, 2-fight at the minimum. Some teams decide to portal in right here, right now, right? Because then you have a chance for a 3-fight. Just go and meet them at the edge, at least stall, and that's what we're going to see. Up in the top end, sometimes we see that, or just right into the path of that cart from the Fantastic Four as Herbie smiles in panic with all the heroes he knows and loves fighting one another. Tones gonna go in and throw those trees up and often. Pico looking for his opportunity, finds the wizard, gonna go in and throw him, but that's a huge Magneto save. Good job there from the teammate of Sticky.
He says, get down, Mr. President, not today. No Amber Alerts will be rung out, but then you have the Apex Predator trying to grab them, but the follow-ups are also right there together with Tico. He can let the claws unleash because he doesn't have to worry about the Thing, who was banned earlier for this game, but they do have to worry about that Karmic Revival as Respect, this time in the form of the God of Mischief, gets the copy onto Tree.
Yeah, plays way differently this time around in this kind of a map compared to Domination, but still using to their best advantage. Meteor Im is up, slams down, no connection with it, but they are going to find a finish. Lyric goes down and Born Again rise again. Tree gets the team up, and this is what you want to do. Just keep this point ticking. 2 minutes though and 15 seconds is not a lot. Redis is just continuing to find and be the monster hunter, the spawn hunter at this point of the Born Again Golden Circle. Continues to find one after the other. Oh,
that's
boy.
the difference maker here, too. Oh, no! Oh, what? The delay at least finds Lyric. That was so scary. My heart stopped looking at everybody just set up into the heavens. But the dive down only finds one victim. They had used up all the sustainability from the strategy. They rotated through the Karmic Revival. And even then, it's not enough because Raidus, together with Logan, are clearing up whatever is left of the defense of Cafe Rose.
Dude, that was clay pigeons. I'm telling you, the Wolverine Tico threw them all up in the air, then Redis was just like popping them one by one, just one at a time. Absolutely disgusting what this hero can do in the elephant gun. And just full on the Hunter instinct. So you've got that cooldown for those just watching, don't know the kid too much. You're going to keep everything going. You're going to get more, just the heroes can just be more dangerous altogether. But you get those dashes giving you more and more survivability, that bonus health, which makes things like Brawl way less effective against you. And that is what's so crazy about this game and the way it plays. Logan now with that copy, and the offensive effort is just non-stop right now from Nova.
Together with that Monster Piercer too, as they unleash the Glartrox here. Apex Predator just trying to get it scrapped. The 1v1 as Raidus calls out Tree, says, I could do what you could do, but just better at this point. You don't even need to unleash the Apex Predator, but really Sticky does get that trade-off and finds Logan. That's a very big pick, by the way. No God of Mischief to elongate this fight. An anti from the Feast of the Abyss from No Bites, but the Glartrox is the best bodyguard that Raidus needs because they find the strategist and no sustain from Cafe Rose.
Yeah, it's an absolute lethal ult in every sense of the term. And look at that fleeting gunshot, shot up above, trying to get his team even more space as the poke and the pressure. We're talking about being a vanguard in the form of a Blondie over here. But now going to go ahead and rotate up top. They continue to find really Sticky in the back. Knows he's got to help one more monster. Finds it best, smashes that spider on the wall.
Don't mess with the who? The amazing what? I mean, Redis didn't even let that line go out. As he's trying to find another 1v1, somebody stop Redis. But guess what? The Wolverine is just too much to deal with too. Because while you have Redis in the backside just trying to harass them, then you also have to consider what's happening in the front between Tico on this Wolverine finding No Binds next.
Yeah, they're really just playing the comp right now just to try to keep this thing going as long as possible. Double Ironwood is hilarious now as they allow them to go in and push in with ease. Teams rotated on top, though. They knew that was going to happen. 3 minutes, 38 seconds is anything but impossible. They can definitely stall this thing out and try to keep it towards 2 points. You let someone have 3, it's very tough to come back from here and slice and dice. Is Tico going to find the best in Lyric, and that's going to create the hole, the opening. Look out, the floodgates are open.
Dude, the anti-2, like, there was no chance that Lyric was going to be able to live through anything. They're difficult here as Scarlet finds respect next. Apex Predator in the hands of Tree, though, even though they're at a disadvantage. But Regis and Tico, they send them back up again. And here's the Wolverine as Nova gets to clear out another team fight. And they keep rotating through, like, the same ultimates, too, right? Because look at what they have in the bank for this next fight as Lyric tries to jump right back in together with a portal.
Yeah, I mean, Run, the beast is hungry. Doesn't matter, though. Came up empty as the team with the Glartrox ended up going down. Regis now has what he needs, and they're going to go ahead. This is where it gets dangerous because everybody's in the invisible boundary. Look for Regis here on the Glartrox, but you do got the Agamotto that's going to slow things down. Sticky cleans up Logan in the back. Meteor him as well, and so just like that, you answer the call that was needed to stay in this thing. 2 minutes, 35 seconds. You win a fight. Keep this momentum going. Now Glartrox is available, and the Groodle, very tough to counter. You used everything, Vicky, so Cafe Rose has to play perfect in the neutral.
Yeah, and this is a pretty hard spot to try to break out of the choke, too. I don't know about you, Coach, but when it comes to, like, my own respective games, this is one of those spots here where you can feel the onslaught of pressure and damage. Plus, they're in close quarters here, too. So once you have Cafe Rose with Tree having the Apex Predator, it can look scary because it could be a shish kebab with everybody in the line of sight of that Glartrox. We're going to have to see with Tones also bringing everybody together, and Regis can follow up.
Yeah, call the ambulance, not for me. Tones finds respect out of this thing easily, picks one in the sky. Trees, branches falling. My gosh, this winter's ending. It's flourishing, and Scarlet's going to find more. Guess what? They still have the Glartrox. They just had to use the Tones. They've got Logan to follow. Heck, you can go extra greedy and copy group. Do whatever you want at this point. Minute 30. Cafe Rose, though, they're coming back around with their ults. They win this one. Then it gets interesting. We'll see if they have what it takes.
And no Glartrox, not necessary here in this point, at the very least. Tone said I could do it myself. I am Brew, brought them together, got a Mischief, gets the copy though. Scarlet gets pulled away, really sticky, tries to get the follow-up, but with the invisible boundary, at least try to help them out. No Binds is unfortunately the next victim from inside that circle, thanks to Logan for the sustainability. Scarlet's could be the next one though, as a Glartrox gets sent out to try to stop them from being in the invisible boundary. You bring it back together, and you find Pixel after they just used up the invisible boundary. No sustain, and nobody to stop Nova from being the ones in the driver's seat.
Yeah, two beasts go at one another, but the problem is who summoned the boundary Pixel, and that's, you know, where everybody's at that point, right? But he found the one, you know, in goes the beast, out comes the most important hero in there, and it was the invisible boundary summoner herself, Invis. Get rid of that, win the fight. That was a huge, clean win if you're on the side of Nova.
It's like a little early Christmas gift right there. Because who's going to come out of the invisible boundary? Oh, hello. And then you get to follow up when you know you got the most important player, as we get to see maybe some change-ups here. But I'm really liking the action that we've already had from Elsa, right? This is the reason why we've been seeing this hero ban so much.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, if you just look at some of the ults from these heroes that have been releasing, right? You've got Elsa, and the Glartrox does 10 things in one, and we can break that down later. Then Vanguard Deadpool and what his ults can do on the strategist back line. Obviously, Gambit, right? So you look at all this, and it's just so impactful in a game like this. The Glartrox, though, you don't have to put yourself in harm's way like Thor, right? You don't have to go in there. You can throw your beast up. He's going to come in a million miles an hour. You can break up strategist ults. You can group everybody together. You can get team wipes, all from just the safety of your own backline. It's a tremendous ult, what makes her so lethal.
And of course here, when you can expect the triple Vanguard lineup from Nova's side on the defense. This is what we had seen already from the other side of Nova when they're the ones on the attack. That's why they came out on the Wolverine, and that's why they stuck with it, because they don't have to worry about the thing in general here, as well as no Emma that we've really been seeing as well. But Cafe Rose on the attack have that Moon Knight and Storm, so they can build up those ultimates quickly to break through this chokehold.
All right, now we can just, the Storm back into these with the Moon Knights. A comp back from last meta, and still relatively here, and has been utilized plenty, especially in ranked play. But glad to see from this team now is they know they've got to win all 3 points here to even have a chance to get into that grand finals and get the revenge story they're looking for, or they come back up, history repeating itself, losing once again to Nova. Scarlet playing back, always good with the survivability and watching where to go. We're gonna have Iffy gonna pop in as the pink gooey symbiote, finding what he can in the sky. Storm down.
I love this skin. Iffy too, being able to get that tether, find really sticky. The next victim being the invisible and Pixel living with a pixel of health. but the same cannot be said about no binds, because while Pixel was trying to stay up, they lost out on that main Vanguard here, but they all have these ultimates to break through this choke. Look for Tree, and Tree's positioning, by the way, and trying to get set up with the Hand of Khonshu.
Yeah, there's the Groot ults. Both are ready, and one's got the Khonshu, as you just said, so they're going to summon it up, and they get all together, but not anything to follow from it. And just like that, everything going Cafe Rose's way on this first fight. Scarlet forced to throw that up, and with the Hand of Khonshu, doesn't matter if the bounty's up or not. You're going to find yourself a quick death by the Egyptian god if he so deems it, but Born Again, fight again. Regis gets the team up. Omega Hurricane up. The Sky, the Cat Hurricane. Here it is. You know him well from Florida, Vicky. Does he find any? Yes, there's at least a Cat 2.
Oh, the follow-up with the Sharknado when they try to deter Really Sticky with the Venom face of the Ogad. Born, not today, as you get shut down. But talk about the answer that Cafe Rose came out of the gates on this attack. They needed that, but look how much they had to throw in the kitchen sink when they had already utilized the wombo combo of the ultimate group hug and the Hand of Khonshu.
That was a risky ult, but that is why those changes. Okay, well, just completely gonna find a quick end in the air as he floats with the cloak. But either way, yeah, just a risky Born Again and a great way to find that finish with the ult fire. And also, that's because of the update to Storm to allow her to get that ult fire a little bit quicker. And you got to get the shout to that. You just used it earlier. Love to see small changes change up how you can play each hero with the X-Men. Going in is going to be Lyric. He's going to continue to find this success with Group. Can he get himself a group hug, get everybody together, and plant them so the team can harvest Vicky? And he's pushing it early. Both trees out. Big DPS up.
Oh,
they escape.
that was so big. He actually blocked out some of the healing there. It looked like there was a lamp set up right behind that wall there, too, before the push-in go. And no, Doctor Strange's tone gets taken out. The wombo combo here as a Hand of Khonshu rains from above. They shut down, too, and Logan gets stunned as he's falling incredibly low, trying to back away.
Yeah, man, they played this great. Good on Cafe Rose. I'm telling you, this team just plays better with a fire under their you-know-whats, guys. Now, with that, I say that I hold my language, you know, because we have FPS Captain America. We know exactly how the first Avenger likes things. But looking at it, they get the point cap, and even with the touch they were trying to go for, Vic, were unable to hold it. So now you've got the Omega Hurricane. You got the Jaws of Fate that we might see here momentarily.
Love it when I hear that ringing in my ears, except when I'm on the receiving end. But Tico says, don't worry. You won't really have to worry about it this time around because he snipes Really Sticky out of the sky. Really Sticky's wondering, man, I got school tomorrow. We got to clean this up as he's coming out from the gates with the Omega Hurricane.
Yeah, they're pretty spread out, though, so I'm going to see where they go. I mean, the Vanguard's one way, but wow, just like that, continues to find all of them. Oh. It's almost like he came back into it if you were Regis there. As the wolf, that was quite interesting for sure. Gonna want that one back and fighting his elimination through it. Now he's gonna go hunting in the skies. They find more, and Cafe Rose is playing this exactly how they need to.
He torpedoed into that Omega Hurricane, looking like he wanted a ticket on the ride, and unfortunately it was a ride back to the spawn room gates. Now Cafe Rose, it's been taking them a little bit. The point has been stalled on the payload for quite some time. This would be a big stagger if Tree could get it, but the survivability off the Invisible Woman's shield comes in clutch right on time.
Tree has played a tremendous Elsa throughout this entire bracket, and you just know exactly as a player the amount of stress and just what is at stake here. We'll see if they can land even through the nerves, and there's going to be the cancel. Always love that with two heroes going up at one another, but Bynes is going to have to get out there quickly as Tico slices and dices. Quickly moving up here, Scarlet continuing to keep these Vanguards up, and with that, even more importantly, going to be ready to have that ult any moment.
Oh, yes. They get the Bruce Banner out, and they put him back in the spawn room gates here, too. But you have the Apex Predator out and about with a full beeline feel to try to contest everybody. But the God of Mischief also gets caught here as Logan at trying to protect everybody. But guess what? There's nobody there to protect in that invisible boundary. At least they can try to recontest here, try to stop him from getting to that second checkpoint. But with no other bodies and all this damage from Tree, the Elsa Bloodstone is just too strong.
And Lyric is just playing, speaking of Tree outside of his teammate, as the Tree, playing a very strong game right now.
Yes.
I mean, just making a maze out of this map with the walls and making sure those healers can't heal at the right time, but also getting that ult where it matters. And there it is, the aggression shown at the fullest. Nova knows who they are, and Omega Hurricane's going to meet their fate as the magic goes. Scarlet throws it up, and you know what? That disappears a little early because they can... Okay, my gosh, never mind. Really Sticky goes out immediately.
That's what he was trying to do earlier. He was trying to get all that extra damage up, but needed some extra help before trying to recontest here. We were talking about it before. It can be so difficult to be held in this position when you're forced on that low ground before the payload goes all the way up. And while Nobines was so fixated on the Loki clones, he finds a real one over to the side. Really sticky, cleans up Tones, following up right afterwards. And no fear from the Wolverine, making sure like he gets put down here before they close up in that next corner.
It was such a confident take in your team. I mean, that was really well played because a lot of times with that boundary up so early, it's going to allow, that Omega Hurricane to continue to end up winning that fight altogether. They get the win there, which would have been at this fight right here instead, right? So you're delaying that just a little bit, but they're pushing up fast. They know that. And they can make this thing almost like a 3-fight win. And there's not a lot of time, only 1:40. So either way, they're going to be up 57 seconds most likely here against their team. And okay, Vic, It's just so nasty. The ult's disgusting.
It's so crazy because it also looks just so insane, even though they kind of like nerfed the vertical hitbox on that. But also, it was like the insurance policies. Tree said, "Don't worry, I'll raise your price right now for the insurance if I get this follow-up right now." Even though Lyrics did not hit a single person with that strangling prison, it was Tree that had the backup on the Apex Predator.
Yeah, the final evolution of that monster. I'm telling you, it's got to be final form of a starter one there. But Pink's still going to go ahead and get the pick Tones going down with that momentum. It's so perfect. Regis is going to get the Glartrox, gets Lyric out, which helps him. Here comes the Omega Hurricane in the jaws of fate. Do they have anything to stop it with this point? And they're going to have all the damage instead, focusing on not just survival, but the output as well. They find one, and with that pixel in the back, Cafe Rose looks to get this point. 45 seconds and closing in. Tree gets a pick of a lifetime. Trying to stay in this thing as the bracket now forced to back up with the invisible boundary. Buys him all the time, Vicky, now to get this to 0, even with so much going for him.
Look at where this cart is. It is literally a pixel away from being in the finish line. And now you have the reset coming in from Tico. Really sticky, though. Does find it here at the other side. Venom for Venom, it looked like before the swap-up comes in right afterwards. He comes in, finds Tico in the process, but Tree is having a pop-off moment. Yes, Ritas did get that environmental KO onto the group, but that's why we see the change up here. But no one there to try to stop them as they finally get it at the very end. But so much time wasted away.
There was so much to highlight there. First of all, Cafe Rose played lights out, starting from really the entire thing. I mean, really sticky too. Young gun. That kid's hero pool is crazy. He plays everything as he's like looking to lock in Mag here. Spider, Daredevil, which is common, but then you have the Atom, Mag, Storm, and more. So Cafe Rose obviously going to be on offense first, see what they could do. And this is the same time. I mean, you got a little bit, 40 seconds extra. It's really one, probably maybe 2 ult rotations. Either way, you're probably going to meet the portal there for the second push. So it's just going to come down to who's cleaner. And, history has shown us Nova continues to be that here. But we'll see. This is going to be a tight one now as both teams push to 3. We love to see it, Vic.
Is what I was expecting, Cozy. Here in our lower bracket finals, it's just been nonstop action since yesterday when we had Dogman and Shib amazingly take it away to really highlight what the setting's going to look like. And of course, when you get to see our first series being in that lower bracket finals, the potential run back opportunity still existing there, it was looking a little grim, right? When Cafe Rose was first on the defensive side of things, they tried to hold their ground. Nova came out of the gate swinging, and now we're seeing a different bit of a look, right? Will they be able to execute the Atom Karmic Revival a bit better there instead of doing it in the face of a meatball?
What's crazy to me is that, when I have a storm going on me, my whole team, the last thing I'm doing is trying to shoot her down. Obviously, if you have Phoenix ult, it's a whole other story, but the fact that they've been able to kind of counter it that way there's just so much teamwork and locked in energy, but you got to give it up to the side of Respect and Pixel, keeping Sticky up through those, and that's what won them and lost a couple of them. But yeah, great points there, Vic, as we close in with 40 seconds here to go. Tico up on the top end. We'll see if they can get an early pick, which they found here in the first time we saw them. They play near perfection on this first part of the map, and they do it again. We already seen Nova take a different approach.
Yeah, it's also really important that we did see it by the end of that last game, but Nova being on hold to try to just jump and help heal is also really coming clutch. They've tried to break through this choke, and they find Iffy first. That's a big first pick, but Logan can get the copy onto Ritas, get everybody up together with the Karmic Revival here, but he can get the copy onto the Hulk instead? Oh no, not what he intended. Unfortunately, now the rest of his team is gone. Imagine what a Karmic Revival could have done here.
I mean, yeah. I mean, it's probably another Born and then dead. But yeah, I mean, it's still definitely just at the last minute there. I mean, maybe he's trying to take the iframes for the sustain. Who knows? Either way, getting the portal in, and there it is. The Gamma Shield's out. Going to go ahead and try to continue on this thing. Bynes has been punching his way to success. They haven't even had to use kind of their ace in the hole with the tree. Now getting more with the Crescent Darts. This is so, I mean, they have played point one so perfect, but look at the portal place that stops the right in the tracks. Regis going up, though, with the Born Again. And here comes, once again, the Hurricane of Success.
And that was together. You see the hang of Conchu just raining from above. It's looking like a bad weather day for everybody. You have trees in line here to follow with really sticky. Overtime ticking away means that they cannot get off this point. Nova, though, will be able to recontest, and they do have an Eye of Agamotto.
Yeah, and listen, obviously, whenever you're in overtime, doesn't matter as much the touch outside of spawn points, right? But they're all together anyway. They're going to let this touch happen. And this is the must-win for Nova, because then you give up so much of that space moving forward. So we'll see how they choose to play this a little bit differently. Did go to the Jean Grey, though, to handle what would have just been onslaughts of Omega Hurricanes. Great swap over there. Love the change. Look for the little things now, as if he's going to go with the Agamotto. Finds the Monster Hulk and Binds. It goes down quickly.
He pops it and immediately gets deleted for it. Then you have the reset from Tico, and this is the extra damage that we needed to see. They get off the point. They get pushed off the Gru ult too.
No, that was so bad. That's so bad because they had so many things rolling for that team. I mean, they had a ton of momentum to go against it. Got to hang on to fundamentals. That is now what I want to say the third time just us watching Cafe Rose ends up kind of getting. I mean, and listen, there's a lot of things that push you off and take you off. It doesn't matter. You got to, kind of be ready for those cooldowns, because that's at Nova when you lose one like that. Like if you're going down, Vic, it's like, all right, do what we can, get them off the point.
Exactly, right? Because there may be a lot going on too, but when you know, like, you're stuck in overtime, you have to look for specific ultimates. And right there and then, Tones had used the Gru ult to force everybody off to the back end of that payload. And when you have everybody scattered around too and trying to play around these survivability ultimates, it can be really difficult to track to see who is and isn't on that point.
Yeah, and what's cool, though, what is cool about this, guys, is because these teams are going to Ignite, these are things you can fix, right? So if you are Cafe Rose, if you do end up losing here, okay, which, hey, anything but we've seen so far, but you can look at your play and be like, all right, we've got the talent, right? We just have to clean up some fundamentals, and that is what the best teams do. They just don't make... You look at a team like VP over in the EMEA, just a team that doesn't really make mistakes, right? It's kind of like tennis. You can have a great aggressive server and player, but the guy that can just kind of be the pendulum and always get it back and not make any mental errors is the guy that comes out on top usually, right? So that's what you love to see in all sports, and esports in particular, as now we find ourselves potentially seeing Cafe Rose eliminated. Nova, doors open.
And being on point too, the longer that these matches go on, right, you have to consider the mental burnout. Sometimes some players find it as a strength, and staying locked in for such an elongated amount of time could start dwindling away depending on how you try to approach each fight, especially depending on how you've been winning or losing them. But I get to see No Binds looking back up just to make sure really Sticky's back on the Adam Warlock, and Tree popping off with that Elsa Bloodstone. Regis is literally one, by the way. He manages to survive, get some of that extra health here too, and no one's looking at really Sticky in the backlines. He's just getting away with these animation canceling and just burning through these Groot walls.
Yeah, even the way he's playing Adam is so cool. I mean, really, there's only a few that we've been able to see. Melio played a lot like that Ignite last year, but it's like just absolutely playing the hero to such perfection with the ult into primary. But Tones is going to fly with the tree. I'm pretty sure it was not in the patch notes, and finds his opposite in the multiverse now with the Glartrox out. He's going to find a quick ride, and that is going to give him a little bit of help. Tree trying to get that elimination from the defensive side, using all the cards on the table. Doesn't get it, Vicky. How in the hell is Tones still singing?
Dude, I was going to say, you talk about Groot with wings. It may not be in the patch notes. I didn't even see if he was a basketball player in the patch notes either, because he is just yeeting every single dunk in their direction, though. He backs up just super early. Look at these Groot walls just to stop them from trying to recontest. They still have that extra time to add, which gives them an advantage. They got to recontest here, as the Invisible Boundary is the first to get called in from Pixel, but it wasn't put down in time to help out the Groot. No Groot hug here, but the Born Again may be just enough with the God of Mischief from the Copy of Respect.
Agamotto goes out. Lyric's going to find hit from it, Respect as well, but the Born Again is going to get this team to fight again with all of this at once. You have time eliminated. The problem is where the point is. This could end up being final fight in some cases. They might be able to touch barely. Scarlet gets hit and again comes around Sticky.
Sticky had survived. He had the passage originally right there, and he didn't track him. He was able to back away, get the Born Again. Is that enough to recontest here in overtime? Cafe Rose playing for their tournament life as Nova have victory in sight. Tones finds Tree, and wall after wall, they are not getting protected. Even the aggressive Invisible Boundary to stop them is met now from Pixel to try to help them out. I am Groot, a man of many words, always tries to bring them together.
yeah, just unfortunate timing of where everything took place, even with the boarding, and they knew this was going to be final fight, so they had to full commit and rotate at the same time, all while communicating what they need to do perfectly there with the pickoff. It's going to be Tico, and they can see the lights. They can see the grand finals. They have found it. They have repeated history once again to find their revenge against, yeah, we lost. Down goes Cafe Rose.
Oh my goodness, the pressure was so immense at the end there, Cozy. We all saw it. Nobody was by the point. They were trying to play a little bit back, but they lost out on their mag super early when everyone had used up the invisible boundary. But with history repeating itself, that means there's a lot of homework for Cafe Rose to look at, and they can still feel comfortable knowing that they are still a top 3 team within the Americas region. Yes, they may have lost out once again, but Nova now get to look on to see if they can get the revenge match against Yeah We Lost. As we take a look at the scoreboard right now, Regis with the Wolverine, he says, you let the shackles unleash, no thing to ground me. 18 finals, 51 and 14. I mean, look at the KOs across the board. I mean, even looking at Tree, right? Like 28 final hits is insane.
Yeah, Sticky looking crazy as well. I mean, hey, first, I always like to give a little love to the ones that lost, because we'll be talking more about Nova in a moment. I mean, Cafe Rose, heads up high, a couple things to fix. Unfortunate ending. It's just an awkward last fight, I gotta say, because like where they got off that point was like just enough not to give them any time to reset after spawns, right? And so they had to like force to like move backwards, and into that they were even able to survive, you know, briefly the Tones ult there with the Groot. So, you know, shout out to Pixel keeping the team alive. But things just kind of folded after that very quickly. They've got a lot of talent. And listen, really Sticky being a good indicator. They're a young team. All right, they're a young team. They've got a lot to, you know, to clean up, but they're going to look to do just that as they now are invited to Ignite. So props to them. 3rd place finish. You're still going home with a big chunk of money. And we find ourselves with, yeah, we lost versus Nova once again.
I love really Sticky's story there too. For everybody watching at home trying your shot at being one of the best players within the competitive Marvel rival space, just look at this young gun legend, right? You too could look for the opportunity to compete in the next MRC for Season 7 if you want your shot to compete against teams like this. I like the flexibility that we're seeing, Cozy, from a lot of our players too, because it can be really difficult, you know, especially if you've had way more success on one hero over another. But then we get to see Nova really lean into that.
Yeah, absolutely. And listen, like in life, like Qui-Gon said, right, there's always a bigger fish. There's always a bigger fish. And just like we saw what Nova just did, yeah, we lost kind of had their way with Nova last time. And so it does paint the picture for what we saw in the grand finals. But we've seen plenty of times the team that got the loss early in the semi won after that. We have a best of 7 finals. We've got an awesome crowd. Been a couple hours already, and what a great semifinal again between Cafe Rose and Nova. We're gonna take a pretty long break, allow the teams Nova especially to reset again, as these games are going to be live. We are gonna take a break on our end. Don't go anywhere though. Come back. The action's gonna be awesome. Can't wait to see you guys in just a bit. We're gonna take a quick break.
welcome to a more professional, mature, and exciting Marvel Rivals Ignite 2026.
Your day ends, human.
Well, good things come to those who wait. Vicky, we have arrived at the finals for the MRC in Season 6, and we've got ourselves a good one. We have Nova going up against Yeah We Lost, a rematch between the two. And there's a lot going on here because Yeah We Lost as a team. Vicky, that won Season 4, I believe, in the MRC. Season 5, a lot of pro players were in, so it was a pretty tough season to win, and now they're looking to come back and win Season 6. Now, all these teams have qualified. They both look very good talent-wise. But, Vicky, there's a lot at stake for both, and I think this is going to be a lot closer than people might think. There's a lot of players to break down in these teams and how they've gotten here so far, but in a nutshell, we just watched Nova, and Vicky, Yeah We Lost is full of a lot of names that we know from prior Ignite teams, and players that maybe didn't get re-signed, and they're looking to show that they've got what it takes on a new team and a new dream.
Yeah, you talk about what's at stake, and you highlighted it at the very beginning of the stream, Cozy, but you also have to consider seeding going into the MRI, even if you guys are settled as one of the 3 teams in Americas that have made it into the Ignite preseason. But then you also look at the performance and the difference maker between MRC and MRI and the different ways that the bans and pick system works. Yeah, we lost so far, I believe, before these two teams now get the opportunity to rematch. Yeah, we lost only dropped 1 map in the entirety of the MRC. Can you believe that? Like, now they want to try to continue along with that streak.
Yeah, for sure. They're definitely the favorites going into this. But if I'm going to look at Nova and what they can do different, well, you've got a couple things. Yeah, we lost. If you want something that's different than the kind of meta that has been played over and over, you've come to the right matchup. This is a team that plays Deadpool Duelist, the one that is not the best role of the 3, but they make it look great with Jitward. They play, back into the Ultron days. We see a lot more of that in EMEA. Now it's coming over here in the form of Yeah We Lost. And they've got players that have been there and have done that before, right? You go back to someone like Kendrick, who was on Shroud X back in the day, right? And a lot of this team, even in Ego Death and Odyssey, that had anything but a good showing in Ignite Stage 2, where they went 0-2 and a lot of those dreams fell apart. So they're coming together now at the right time to prep up for year 2.
And you have to highlight, too, the importance of having that history of the experience in being in that competitive environment. Yes, MRC is open for anybody to compete in. You guys have to shoot your shot so that way maybe you also get that experience, too. But that gives these teams an upper hand when you get to bring that professional experience into games like this. Of course, you look on the other side and you're looking at Nova, and you've been seeing them already try to adapt around what we have seen between their previous series versus Cafe Rose. And has there been enough time now between yesterday's matches into today's for them to make that adjustment, specifically within the pick and ban system, right? Because we know that they have the answer when it comes to Jitward and that crazy Spider-Man, but Jitward really came came through. Shib and Dogman highlighted this player so amazingly, right? Not only a player who has also stepped into the role of a coach at some points too, so knowing what to go about things, maybe bait out certain bans at the same time, but the way that they go hand in hand with having to make a lot of more of that adaptability, looking specifically on the side of Nova, is going to be a necessity, especially when you're coming out of that lower bracket.
Yeah, for sure. That's a great point, Vic. I mean, looking at yesterday when they did play Celestial Husk, listen, Nova won the first part of that map. And it was like, okay, hold on. And then they lost the next two. And then it kind of folded from there. And then they lost and they went to where else? Right? Midtown, where they've just been dominating the competition. And yeah, we lost. It was like, great. This is fantastic. We're going to completely just dominate you on your own map. And I think that's where things kind of started to spiral. And finally, that's when the Deadpool duelist got banned. And then they were able to get things going a bit more. But yeah, looking at where they are out there, top 32, like I said, it was way hard to get there into the season 5, but they did win season 4. So big shout out to production there. But listen, I think that if they're able to adjust faster this time around, Vicky, that is when and where Nova can stand a chance. And it kind of reminds me of when Nova just played Cafe Rose, but they're more of the Cafe Rose in the matchup here, and they're going to have to show that they're calm, cool, collected, and can really flex to the pick and bans that present them.
Can we give a shout out, by the way, to production for getting that graphic ready, Cozy? Because, Cozy, you also talked about not only the experience, but how they're trying to achieve maybe another W champion under their belt. Because you know what else is at stake? This is basically a $3,500 money match if you really put it into perspective, right? Because first place gets to walk away with $7,000, while second place walks away with $3,500. And even looking at Nova's history, too, within the MRC, they also achieved top 8 within Season 3, and they ended up winning MRC Season 2.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, listen, when we take a look at what these two teams can accomplish, first, let's talk about the maps. Yeah, we lost. They're very comfortable in domination. They want to play, just crazy and chaotic. We saw 3 Dom maps in a row. Yesterday, it started off as Celestial Husk, and, we kind of finished it at Hell's Heaven. When they finally lost the map, yeah, we lost, was like, cool, let's go right back to just the chaos of Dom, and they did just that. So I expect them to open up pretty strong here. Yeah, we lost is the team to ban Gambit usually, and we're going to be talking about it right now because we head into first match, grand finals. Here we go, season 6 before year 2 of Ignite. Can't wait, Vicky. We've got a good one on our hands. So just like we thought, Gambit starting off with the ban from Yeah, We Lost. They want that out of here.
Let's get this started, Cozy. I mean, I was looking forward to this. I was like, man, I cannot wait anymore. I wanted to see what this pick and ban phase was already going to look like. And with no Gambit, no Jeff, I like how Nova's already adapted around this, because one of the protects that we saw consistently coming out from Yeah, We Lost was that Jeff, right? And sometimes when we didn't see the ban come out on the Spider-Man, we did see that one save on the Spider-Man for the game that they actually ended up losing against, because Nova also has that Nomura in play. Yeah,
exactly. No, it's a great point. And really, a player that I'm just excited to watch and how they can put things together is you're going to have a matchup between Zatex here and Redis. And Zatex, remember the ego death with Self, and we got so much love going for that guy. Very good player. He's on Ignite. Well, kind of love Zatex in the shadow a little bit. We always said there was like the great 1-2. I'm so excited to see Zatex on his own a bit more and see what he can, kind of evolve into as a player. Now, the match they did win. If you are looking at Nova, we're going to remind you this because this was the one win they did get against Yeah, We Lost. They banned Daredevil, which is going to be an important one, and then that Deadpool duelist. So Daredevil already being safe for Yeah, We Lost, so they already got a bit more of their comfort zone.
It's great, too, because now that we start things off on Hell's Heaven, it's almost like the last series that these two teams played against each other. They ended that series on Hell's Heaven, but we start things off where it really matters in this grand finals on Hell's Heaven. As the Daredevil's protected, you were just talking about this, Cozy. And if you look at the pick and ban phase, actually, of this specific map from yesterday, it was a Daredevil that was banned. It was the Atom, the Cloak, the Gambit. And then you add the other side of things. It was the Duelist pool that was a problem, Loki. And we get to see that continue on where now Nova, they've banned both the Jeff and the Doctor Strange, 2 protects that Yeah, We Lost wanted to prio.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And we are seeing a lot of history repeat itself. Cart Lover played tons of Hulk. It has a Strange in the belt as well, but we are going to see tons of the Gamma God from him. And then Zatex, like we said, we're going to see Ultron a fair amount, and get rid of Mantis and some of the triple strat love, but Zatex does love that Ultron and the Mean Machine. Meanwhile, we know what Nova's playing. We know what they have. Redis does play a lot of Elsa, but Tico going to flex over to that if Redis is on the Daredevil. One thing I love about Yeah, We Lost, Vicky, is that even when the other team has Elsa, they don't always match against Zatex. Will be that player if need be. But fun to see. We'll see what Jitward and everyone locks into as we get closer to it. But the gates are about to open, and we're about to find out one step closer who our champion is.
Ooh. Let's go. We saw some interesting compositions, maybe some pioneers to what we could expect to see within the MRI as we get this started. Everyone, welcome to the grand finals of the MRC Season 6 Americas region. Let's go out of the gates, Cozy, and you're already looking at what Nova's bringing out too. Something else to note, Nova really liking the triple Vanguard usually here, and it comes to also with the triple strategist that they sometimes have to meet against Yaoi Lost, but starting things off on Dom, you have Yaoi Lost starting things with that Ultron, with that Invis, as well as FaZe Dilly on that Vanguard board, or rather that
Not a lot of strategies to pick from. There's 5 band, right? And Regis is going to get things opened up right away. You can keep Daredevil all you want. I'm going to get the best of it from the lawyer as they battle the legal action, and one comes out on top. Regis going to go ahead and get himself a big pick now to give them the point almost early. Can you imagine if that cap hit now as Nova nearly 80% and climbing, maybe 90 closer. And there is the strat ult right away from the Deadpool. Going to allow them to push it a little bit. They stay in the circle, Vicky. This is a good fight early for Nova.
And Strapple getting that ultimate online so quickly, too, to help try to recontest after losing out on one very early. Now they lose out on Tico. It's a nice little trade-off, though, with Logan backing away to help heal for the Invisible Woman. Tone's also trying to fly around. Iffy also getting stunned in the process. He's already used up his armor to reset. Carter Leverage is trying to jump right there to help out Dilly, too. He's going to wait as Zatex now rotates with that ultimate, going back to what we're talking about, the strategist. And Logan gets taken out in the middle of the invisible boundary when you see the reset. And it was Zatex finding them with that ultimate from the sky.
Yeah, I mean, listen, a big reason they won a lot was with Jitward, and he went to the spawn room twice instantly. And then Zatex on one of the only strategists that were available just shows why this guy is so good at this level of play. So it's great to see him pick up where kind of Jitward, you know, great player, but did hit the spawns early in that matchup. They did hold for a while, 20% now up, and now getting the call-outs ready. We'll look to go ahead and rotate over. The Devil's going to be let out by Ritas, and he is targeting the one, the only. Goes right into the protection, though, from Xantho. And here comes the big meteor, and Kendrick's land these tons. Does not let it this time, as Scarlet's going to go and throw out the protection for his own team.
Oh, almost shot out the Invisible Woman from outside the invisible boundary, but unfortunately with no follow-up, it was difficult to try to keep that pressure going, and you send out the Glartrox coming out together, sending them in like a shish kebab as Yaoi Lost lose out on this fight, but they're still trying to stop for as long as possible. You're nearing already 45%. They finally take care of Jitward, and Nova, for the first time so far in this first round, get to take the point.
Yeah, when the monster's out, that's when you sometimes see the flex back over to Elsa from the enemy team. It's like, all right, the Glartrox do a lot of heavy lifting here, and that was a big way they got that fight. Now 11% climbing. They're going to match Shirley here percentage-wise. And yeah, looking at what they have available, they should be fine as long as Logan stays alive through it all. And there's the Feast the Abyss to open things up if he finds himself a snack in Dilly. Look out below. Venom's here as Kendrick matches tick for tack. This could be a close fight here, and it is going to be the neutral of Kendrick now, continuing to feast on. As they're going to try to cap this point right away. Xantho finds more, and just like that, even with the ult getting charged from the strategist side of things with Nova, they're just going one by one. The stagger picks, it's dangerous.
Yeah, it's unfortunate because they didn't really have that survivability, right? Yes, you see Logan with that God of Mischief, but he got it basically when they've already lost out on 2 other members earlier on in that fight. So you want to hold on to it for this next fight at the very... Oh my goodness, Tico lost so much damage at the hands of Kendrick being on this mag. But something else is out. Yeah, we lost some Zatex, who's going to hold up with the Ultron ultimate. Age of Ultron is here to deliver, as the Rage of Ultron now is going to keep everybody up, but it also forced out that invisible boundary very early on by that choke.
Yeah, they wanted to be aggressive with the invisible boundary, but not that aggressive, right? Yeah, the back cap getting closed, and Scarlet unfortunately unable to get into safety, getting picked early by Jitward. And here we go, the spin to win. Tico looking for something, as now Deadpool is going to go ahead and try to lead Yaoi Lost into more comfort zone. Regis now trying to get that pick to get that team something going now since that second point cap. And it's going to be Logan trading with Jitward, and at this point, it's blow for blow, and Nova gets the point back. What a huge cap to get things rolling. And there's the legendary from the sky. Xantho forced to pop the bubble of protection, the boundary here as it's slice and dice from the Dill.
But that's super smart, though, because now they don't have the sustainability. They baited that out, knowing that the Galactic Legend was going to be able to force the invisible boundary. Now Nova will have that sustainability. They did lose out on Regis early. He will be able to come back quickly, as well as the Angela from Tones. And now you get like the Devil out from Jitward. They want to try to fully extend on this, because Nova still has control over this point. He follows up, though, finds the Invis, which is huge. And with no God of Mischief, because they get taken out early on, they cannot re-sustain on this point.
Yeah, when you push the Jitward snowball down the hill, it's going to keep on rolling, and that's what you do best as Daredevil. Now it's going to go up to 99% surely, right? So we're going to see how they plan to attack this for the final potential fight. Both teams can get back portal-wise if need be. No, actually banned. My bad. So banned, no portal. Always going to just bring in pure action. And then I love battles like this, Bastard Final Fights.
Especially when there's no opportunity to recontest from a portal. Hammer where? No evidence to send out here as Jitward is going crazy. Go Word, as I know the crowd loves to call him here, while Carter is in the circus juggling everybody else that is left from Nova. Nobody inside to recontest as we lost get that first round.
Wow, that was definitely kind of what we expected, but not, right? Kind of showed, we lost, showed a little bit of that. Listen, I say Rust, but any team that goes in and continues to fight to get into it from the lower bracket kind of have that edge of being warmed up, right? We've seen that time and time again, and so I expected that to at least happen for a match or so. But yeah, again, guys, if you just missed it, we just talked about, we lost, have only dropped a game pretty much their whole way through here. So they're definitely strong enough to continue, a map loss in a domination setting. Tones on the Angel, like it on this map, definitely going to serve for some fun. But yeah, Vic, I mean, this is tough. Jitward definitely kind of coming into his own now.
Yep, really contesting them and getting a lot more of these follow-ups together, right? Even if they try to isolate Dilly on that trap pool, Xantho, Zatex, you talked about him at the very beginning before we dove into that first round, has been a really good standout player, right? He was on the Ultron just yesterday. He's been able to find more of these aggressive picks, try to cut off their exit route, and Nova don't have any sustainability going into this first fight, whereas, we lost, they have Zatex.
Yeah, no, you make a great point. I think this is going to be a tough thing because they are going to use that aggressively right off the rip, and if he can stall for so long on the initial point take, we'll see if Tones can handle that. I mean, they definitely know that this is coming, so they're gonna go ahead and rotate, see if they can get out of this thing. Logan forced to pop the crystals early, and just like that's gonna be the wombo combo, and Jitward now gets the first laugh compared to Ritas last time. What a big opening that was for him. But this time gonna be the Lawyer beating up on the Trickster in the back line.
Take him to court, he said, and take his shoes because he's going to keep going, harassing the backline. What can they do? They look too late to help heal for them, but the deed is done. And once again, Cozy, this was really helped out by Zatex in the way he had the Ultron ultimate, but he's still not stopping. Jitward is still pressing into them.
Dude, the dude's playing Dance Dance Revolution with the buttons over there, just comboing it out. Absolutely insane. And what's crazy is Zatex just handled Iffy one-on-one in the back. Oh, you want to stall the point a little bit? It's just up in the skies, robotic mode. Gets it done as well. That's going to be a big pick if Logan's caught out, and he's going to be forced to use crystals early, which is not good for the team. Now as Kendrick throws up Meteor M, tries to find connection with it. Dilly's going to get Scarlet. Right now they're feasting one by one. It is not great. They've got to get this thing back together and not stagger in.
The way he jumps on top of their heads to reposition. The strat pull working out with the strats. Gets the ultimate just as quickly here. And look how they're going to rotate through this as they get incredibly aggressive. Zatex from the skies takes out Iffy. And right now, we lost, are literally hugging the spawn room gates of Nova, the poor invisible woman who is just trying to survive at the hands of the Daredevil.
The men in the red suits are causing problems. The Merc with the mouth and Matt Murdoch are just feasting there in the front line, back lines, you name it, they're there. Here comes the devil out right in the spawn. The disrespect there from Jitward to go get more and more, finding those combos big, and they got to open up with something different here. Find a will and a way. Ritas is going to get Xantho out. There's one pick to allow some space, Vicky, but they've got to get this point. Job's not even close to finish.
No, it's not, and Zatex is looking at them from the choke. Oh, the poor invisible woman. There's only so much one lamp can do after you lose out on your love. Protect me, ayúdame. They can't even get it there in time. The strat lineup of Nova has unfortunately been harassed to oblivion because of this Daredevil from the other side. And then you got Dilly, talk about the men in red suits, jumping over on people's heads and everything as we lost. Haven't even been playing on the point.
Yeah, they're spawn camping at the moment. This is definitely a very strong opening from we lost. But, Nova, you can definitely turn things around potentially because you're going to have to touch here and open up with Logan. They're going to find that right now if he's going to get that Feast of the Abyss. Scarlet finds Jitward. Hold on. We might have ourselves a breath of air in what has been the suffocation of Jitward in the spawn room. Now, Rita's going to let the devil out shortly with the Feast. We'll see if they combo into something.
Oh, I'm getting scared though. Look what Jitward has swapped over to the Spider-Man, and you can get easily an environmental KO, but let the devil back in, it looks like, in the box as Kendrick takes care of Ritas. Here comes the Spider-Man though, and Tico was caught with his neck broken on the other side as the KO after KO comes in. Jitward now trying to harass him from the back, and together with Zatex and the Rage of Ultron helping out with the survivability, but they're keeping this contested, but it doesn't look like it's for long.
Wow. Okay, so that was the first I got to see of we lost this season, at least on the casting side, and they definitely look like a pretty well put together group. I mean, at this level of play, right, we've talked about it. The team comes, they've got to be as good as they get, especially in Ignite. You got to have, obviously, the hunger for it, and then you got the talent side in the mechanic department, and you're having so much talent. That's why the map that Nova did win against them, Daredevil wasn't a factor. These kind of heroes that could just completely snowball, right? The first couple of seconds in the opening, Jitward was anything but a snowball, melted on the ground, and then just pushed down the hill. Didn't stop since that point. 14 finals, 16k damage. And it's a sad scene there for Nova on their opening of domination, but can definitely get it back together.
And I think a big part of that, Cozy, also comes from the fact that they're dealing with a triple strat right here, too. Zatex provided a lot of that sustainability. The Rage of Ultron, there was like 3 different instances where it went huge. And then you're looking at Kendrick, too, who only went down once, by the way, while Carter didn't go down a single time. It's just the sustainability was there for them. Even though we did see Logan and Scarlet try their best, Scarlet having enough of that Daredevil, but unfortunately it just wasn't enough before that snowball, unfortunately, didn't really roll back into their favor.
Cart Lover not dying is absolutely insane. I mean, that 0 deaths is completely... It just... They've lost the point how many times, too? I mean, a few times in the first couple of openings. But yeah, that was definitely the fun that we thought was going to happen here in the grand finals. And again, I know what you're saying. Looked like it was one side of their spawn camp. And what are we watching? Guys, we've been here. We've done that. We've seen teams completely snap and get right back into this thing. And I said it there with the last matchup. I didn't think it was going to be a clean sweep, but it wasn't. They had one win against it. I don't think we're going to see that at all here today. But we're just getting started. We are going to take a quick break, not a long one. So don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back after we reset, reload, and let these teams catch their breath. We'll be right back.
welcome to a more professional, mature, and exciting Marvel Rivals Ignite 2026.
Your day ends, human.
Hello, guys, and welcome back. It was only an 8-minute match, but we are on to match number 2 between these two teams in the grand finals. Vicky, and listen, last time again that they went against each other, they went down 3-1, and Nova, the map that they won was on Clintar. They typically take teams to Midtown or Central Park if they find themselves losing. Do you think we go back over to Symbiotic Surface? Because, again, that was the map that did get them a pretty confident W. Did they maybe save that for later? What do you think, since it's a best of 7?
I think if it's not that one, at least another convergence map, right? Because I feel like this is a team, we were talking about how like there were weak points for convoy and convergence before,
For
just
sure.
looking at the type of different compositions they like to roll out with and how much better they usually are on Dom, because sometimes some teams could find themselves struggling on finding the right comp to run front to back with, and maybe not finding that success even if they are running the right comps. I feel like, though, going back to at least convergence for this team could be a different pace, and maybe waiting to see what, if they go the distance, what that other Dom map for them could be, considering that they have a lot more of that success on Hall of Jaleo.
No, it's a good point for sure. And I think, listen, we've seen teams have different game modes that favor their playstyle. We already highlighted it. Daredevil was the first one to be banned when they did win that game. They got rid of the Deadpool Duelist. If you don't know, we keep talking about it. You see time to time the Jitward, they'll have the strategist on Deadpool to kind of get the kit up, and then Jitward goes over to the Duelist side of things, and then cleans up from there. Gambit is usually banned in these games, so that changes up some of the flow and flexibility options. But right now, from what we've seen so far, yeah, we lost mechanically and flexibility-wise. It's a bit on top at the moment when these two teams clash here in a second. We're pretty much right there with the live of these games, and Vicky, it's so much fun to see what this talent is to bring. And again, these guys have already made it into Ignite, right? So we'll see now what this kind of story is going to build up as we head into the season.
Yeah, it goes into what you were saying earlier, right? And we have to keep highlighting it because it really shows what's at stake. Aside from like the seeding, you also got that money on the line. $3,500 difference between first and second place. That's a nice little highlight there, of course, because we get our MRC prize pool every single season. And I know everyone's super excited to see what new balance changes we have among us, right? I mean, that's just coming up in a few days. We'll be able to get more information shortly, hopefully. And seeing how things are going to work out before the end of the season is obviously important. You gotta end the season 6, especially within the MRC cozy, with a little bow on top as we get set up within our second game of the series in our best of 7, everyone. Yeah, we lost, just took a dominating win in that first map, and it looks like Nova actually sticking to the bans that they had seen before when, yeah, we lost for Prio saving the Jeff as well as the Doctor Strange. So we are going with that ban on the Jeff first.
Yeah, okay, so we're over here in Hall of Djalia. Funny enough, Convergence, this is not their strongest of all of the maps. In fact, I think they lost to Cafe Rose when they went against them on this. But either way, it's still Convergence. It's still a game mode they're comfortable with, and there's a long time in this best of 7. But when you're down 2, things change up a lot, so we'll see if they can even the odds. Jeff is going to have nowhere to swim this time around with all those ledges to spit out. So fun to see that ban hit first. Cloak and Dagger, I'm never mad right now in this current meta if that's going to be the ban out of there. Definitely changes the way the sustain comp happens. And should mean that Loki sneaks into this unless Gambit's protected, which we'll see if that's on the second time around, Vicky. Daredevil going to get the save, obviously, with that not being banned first.
And with the Invisible Woman save, too, actually, this is going to be interesting, too, because if you ban out the Cloak and Dagger from one side, at least you don't have to worry about the Eternal Bond outlasting the invisible boundaries. So now we get to see from the other side with the Mantis being banned, too. That's kind of to try to isolate the Groot plus Loki issue that you could have when you're expecting the triple strategist, as we see the strap hole once again protected.
Yeah, to go into the next day, they go with the Raccoon. So opening up a bit more of those strategist options for them, which for sure, yeah, we lost. They're fine with the Ultron being one of the only things available. We just saw that with Zatex as they flexed over to triple strat when they needed to. You know, a lot right now kind of up in the air with some of what the meta has become. They're going to get rid of Cart Lover's Hulk, who did not get one elimination last time. So that's one way to not let him see the spawn room as well, is to get rid of him from the match altogether. Bruce Banner is out of here.
Honestly, I don't blame them. Like, Carter not going down a single time. That last game was insane, man. Hulk's still out here. I love seeing the different representation of where the Vanguards are currently in the meta. And with Namor being banned last, I'm so happy that they end up saving that ban for the very end. Why? Because then they would have expected Nova to prio ban the Spider-Man. Instead, they prio banned the Hulk. So now they know what to expect, because the last time these two teams face off against each other was with the Namor being a problem from Nova's side. We saw that a lot from Tico. It took care of what we saw from Jitward and that Spider-Man play, but we'll probably see it later on, it looks like, as we're looking into shifting into different roles here. You can even see Jitward over on that Ultron.
Yeah, they definitely had kind of the ace up the sleeve there and make sure that at least that they are able to get over to the Spider-Man, that they don't have to deal with the squids constantly. We're going to see over as the first defense is set up, very similar to what we saw in Domination. Cart Lover going to flex over to the Venom, which on the Hulk side, we might see him not drop an elimination once again, Vic, with how thick Venom is these days. But Jitward being on the Ultron changes things up, as we know that the poke hero is Zatex. He's been great now on multiple teams and has had plenty of taste at Ignite level of play as well. And here he is at the top of the grand finals. Let's open the doors, get ready, as we're the infamous city of Wakanda to get this next match started.
Setting up the theme as we progress through our grand finals. Zatex, of course, being on the Elsa, though, I think is interesting because Elsa has been in such a good spot on release. I mean, we've been talking about it for so long, but now in the hands of Zatex, where we saw Zatex pop off just yesterday off the Moon Knight, where we're kind of taking a step back, we're showcasing the flexibility, but already pressing forward as they're trying to cut off Nova's rotation. No, with the Invisible One being the first one out, that is not what you like to see here, as they're already getting wiped out, forcing Iffy and Rita to back away.
Yeah, they didn't even use Pop Quiz. They didn't need the Deadpool ult to even have that small bit of extra aggressiveness, and that is just a brutal way to open up things, because now you're going to have that you have to deal with for the first fight, which is what is great about Strat Deadpool, right? Especially, it seems so much because you can't save on to it, but when you have that in the opening defense, that's definitely going to be a priority if they can try to get that down early. But Billy will be hitting that Q as soon as he senses any amount of danger with those passives. Make it a lot easier here, Vicky. Tico going to go ahead and try to get something going for the team with the 1-2 pop. Reading over on Star-Lord, so we've got them in the duelist department to see if they can get something done.
Oh, Iffy in some trouble, though, while trying to force some more attention to, yeah, we lost. He was trying to go in for that back cap again, but they immediately called him out. But at least he gets out the Invisible. And Kendrick gets some revenge, and it's going to be the Deadpool and Deadpool combo of the ult v ult. Dilly also backing away with the rest of the team, noting that Iffy could easily get back into the fight just as quickly, whereas there's a little bit more of a walk here for, yeah, we lost. Carter also has a reset if he needs. He has pops the armor at the same time before swinging away, but it's a nice stall out. Down to 2 minutes and now less than 20 seconds at the clock for Nova.
Yeah, if you was that textbook play of Venom there with the distraction on the point and the pickoff and the finish, but it's Kendrick and here's your defensive. Let's go ahead and use the meteor to soak up all the shots, and hey, as just the hit of humiliation is gonna land the midair on the meteor. Absolutely disgusting work from Kendrick there, as Cart Lover is gonna be above as well. So this is just a great defensive hold at the moment. You gotta look at what Nova has to offer behind them. They've got the large rocks. You also have the boundary to play aggressive or defensively, because Logan is obviously going to use that Sia when needed. Looking at what they have outside of that, though, I mean, obviously they got rid of the mag ult through it, but they've got to win this fight, or it's about to be the end of this first point cap, because they have a bit of momentum here, Vic, but it's looking tight. Oh boy.
Really saw him bump him. Oh no, release the what?
No.
The Apex Predator coming out? No! But they wanted to wait to actually couple that together maybe, because Logan just a little bit late on that Sia. Now they back away. If he's the closest one here with this, oh well, Scarlet has a survivability, but then where's the survivability while Kendrick is too busy bopping foreheads if it isn't with the Meteor M instead? Okay, well that's gonna be a reset if he's just going somewhere else. And unfortunately for Nova, that's gonna be another wipe in favor for Yeah We Lost.
Yeah, Tico's Predator hit the wall pretty early there. That's definitely going to spell a quick end to that monster getting any type of launch. And on Zaytek's end, he was able to get theirs all the way across, up the ramp, threw it out. And at least Nova was able to hang on to a couple of the ults through it. But we are going to also have rotations from Iffy here. And now it's just Scarlet with the boundary. Regis close to it. He knows that he can at least maybe lap Kendrick. But Kendrick's right there at 80% too, Vicky. So there's really going to just be a stalemate here unless they can get some momentum. But Scarlet's already down low, and Scarlet's out of this thing. Goodbye.
Oh no. No, I mean the BRB at least brings Scarlet right back, right? But is it even worth it when you also lose out on Iffy too? So you have the invisible boundary. You're down to less than 30 seconds on the clock, and they really haven't been able to leave their stairwell since the beginning of time. I mean, that's including the Venom trying to be a menace, but Kendrick, he is just bopping Regis every single time Regis tries to take a flanking position behind them.
Yeah, right now these are definitely the MRC final bosses, and they're showing that with the only point that they lost, or the only game that they lost. And wow, not even you get a Star-Lord yelling from the distance. That's about all we've got there in the form of anything from Nova. Yeah, we lost. Just got one of the best holes we've seen. It wasn't even on the point, Vic. I mean, I think Iffy touched the point for 2 seconds. Other than that, rough showcase there.
And the goal, right, if you look at Iffy's position together with Regis, is so that way they could try to split the attention away from the pressure that Yeah We Lost is putting down onto Nova. But how do you do that when these follow-ups, these snipes that we're even seeing from the mag has just been so insane, and there's so much pressure that you're constantly getting shut down? That's together with Gambit being banned. Star-Lord's not so scary when it's also desynced with the Sia from the Rocket.
Yeah, I mean, listen, a good way to look at some things with the ults is like, it's like two Rams just battling up against each other head to head. And sometimes it goes one way, then the other. And you have to win that fight when you have a little bit of that edge. And it's not a huge edge, but it's enough. So there's two times they could have done that. If he got the pick, the pressure in the back, and the pick on the invis, they lost that fight. And then you also had Tico with that early Apex Predator that ended up not getting any food whatsoever. Those are the two fights that they had to get through. And then outside of that, it was just pure aggression on Scarlet. You know, Logan can survive pretty easily, but we have seen Scarlet just begging to go invis, begging for the double jump, unable to find any safety here. So let's see what Nova can do. I mean, this would be a defense of a lifetime.
It gives me physical pain, right? Because it's like we've all been there, especially when it comes to trying to survive. But Kendra's going in for a portal play because they're looking to get aggressive. Take the fight over to Nova, who's running the triple strat here together with Yeah We Lost. But they have the survivability. They have the Atom. They have the Loki and the God of Mission. And they have the Shish Kebab as Tones is able to fight Jitward. This is some signs of life from Nova. But as I say that, Tico is the victim of Zaytex, who's on the Atom, who's trying to snipe them. And yeah, they're actually already moving in for free with this real estate.
It is just 1 millimeter away from them just to claim it. And that's the pressure you get when you don't have any other take to it. And folks, you thought 8 minutes was fast. Well, let's go ahead and check the time limit on this one. Nova really has to come together. I'm a bit surprised this was the map they picked. They struggled against this with Cafe Rose, and they played them really well. I think it was 3-1 at that point. So kind of interested that they went this way, not Midtown, not going to Symbiotic Surface. Zaytex getting that MVP as a clean 15-0. We highlighted Carter not following the last map. Yeah, I'm pretty sure just about everybody was okay on that one outside of the Invis who fell once. Vic, that was nasty.
I mean, I'm wondering, I was asking, okay, Cozy, before we even got started with the series, has there been enough time to reset after the performance that we saw yesterday? Like, look at this. Zaytex did not go down.
4 minutes.
There's literally 2 deaths on the side of Yeah We Lost in a 4-minute convergence map. This is insane right now. I mean, Nova, we know that Nova, though, has so much talent. Like, to see that yeah, we lost is running circles compared to their last performance when these two teams face off against each other's next level.
No, for sure. I mean, when you have two matches that went the length of our break in total, 12 minutes overall, I mean, that's when you know things are going a little bit crazy over here. And listen, one thing to point out, your job's not finished, but what I want to see is, okay, it's like these guys, they know win or lose this, that they're in a pretty good spot for Ignite. But last time they've been to Ignite a couple of times, they've kind of fallen short. Now, I know they've scrimmed or they've played some other pro teams and they've done well. Yeah, we lost, but they want a dominant showing here. They want to go into Ignite saying, yeah, okay, we earned our way in, but we're brute forcing our way through the door as they're going up now against Nova. And again, job's not finished. Nova, very talented team as well. Tones in the Vanguards there, got to really kind of clean things up. I thought Iffy was definitely showing a little bit of life there towards the beginning. Him and Tones just can't seem to get on the same page at the moment. But we'll see if they can come together, get things rolling. They get to pick the map again. I would put it all that it's probably on Midtown or on Symbiotic Surface this time around. That's the 7. They got a little bit more room for flexibility at least.
Yeah, exactly, right? Because that's actually really important to highlight. I'm glad you brought that up, Cozy, because in a best of 7, everybody, there's a lot more time, a lot more pick and ban phases where if they need to adjust anything, yes, these first 2 games could seem very dominating in favor for yeah, we lost, but we've seen that go the other way for the opposite team here in their previous series.
Absolutely. Guys, listen. All right. We got quick games right now. We got quick games, and, we got to allow these players to get ready for each match after match. We appreciate you guys hanging out with us on this Sunday. We got the last week before Season 7, but we got another break coming. So we're going to send it on over to break, and Vicky and I will be right back after to pick up at match number 3. We'll see what Nova, what they can do against yeah, we lost. We'll be right back.
welcome to a more professional, mature, and exciting Marvel Rivals Ignite 2026.
Your day ends, human.
What's going on, guys, and welcome back. We find ourselves on match number 3. We had an 8-minute match, 4-minute. Vicky, we might have a 2-minute one underway here. And listen, while we're on the break, I took a look back at Ignite Stage 2, Stage 1. And one thing that I think is really cool is I even saw some of the chat say, like, is this Rivals at its peak? Like, there's always a bigger fish, right? There's always someone that makes your team look diff. And right now, at least for this, it's, yeah, we lost up 2-0. But a lot of these guys, they've all been kind of 0-2, 1-2 in Ignite. They're kind of trying to prove themselves as these teams that are these either up and coming or ready for the test. And with America having such a big roster mania, it's cool to see all of them coming together right here, right now. Because, Vic, there's a lot of pros on these teams.
Yeah, exactly. Why don't we talk about the history, right? Because we highlighted the importance of already having experience playing against these pro players and already having the experience in being in that same high octane environment where there's a lot of pressure. But we also have to talk about the importance of having synergy. Half these guys already being on teams together, looking at Odyssey specifically, is crazy to even highlight because it goes hand in hand with having an upper hand of being able to pop off. Jitward, of course, being able to also take much more of an analytical role for that team, and now is also able to lead the rest of the squad being on that main duelist role. And he's incredibly flexible while he's doing it too. When we take a look at the pick and ban phase, finally going into game number 3 on Yggdrasil.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, listen, synergy is important, and especially with players that we've played together. Tones and Iffy, I mean, they were on YFP there back in Ignite Stage 2 and did well as a unit. We're kind of seeing that here, and that's where a lot of the anchor has to come, usually in the duelist form, but this time in Vanguard. Reed has been busy at work. That was kind of a surprise in the Ignite Stage 2. Logan was on Alani Wind. A lot of these kind of other orgs that were trying to get up and coming. So there's a lot more kind of top tier play than you would expect. But yeah, with Kendrick, Zatex, Xantho even on FYR, I believe, or Strays, yeah, your favorite roster, favorite one of the teams over there. They've all played very well, and exciting to see them all come together.
And taking a look already at the pick and ban phase too, and like how we saw that Namor was saved up for the very last ban, also gives Nova a little hint like, oh man, should we already come out of the gates expecting a dive duelist to really be on top of us, whether it be a Spider-Man or something? No, that wasn't the case, right? Because we saw Zatex putting in a lot of pressure himself in that previous game. Ultra really working out for this team too in that triple strat role. We see the protection over on the cloak this time around, which is something that, yeah, we lost have been banning out a lot from the very beginning, but it's still that prio ban onto the Gambit, the protection onto that Deadpool, as well as the Loki being the next one banned. Daredevil, though, Cozy, I mean, look, yeah, we lost. They could try to change their name to yeah, we won, because after that first game, man, the Daredevil was truly letting the devil out. I would totally have him rep me as my lawyer.
Yeah, anything but out. I mean, I can't believe he saved even with the second save at that, right? I mean, just really goes to show that they need to they prioritize. They looked at what they have, and it's Mantis and Jeff. That's the big difference makers for them. And then, throwing this splash of Hulk there. But with at this point, what Loki's out, Gambit as well. They've got what they want. Adam being in is one thing, but with Loki out as well, kind of changes a bit of the approach that you have, especially on the defensive end. Yggdrasil, was long a triple Vanguard, kind of whole defensive point. That's changed now time after time. Heck, we've even seen Yowie Lost rip out a magic here. We might even get some of that action. But yeah, Rocket's going to get banned. They gave him, let's say, the Atom or the Cloak, but they're not giving him all their picks on the strategist front.
Yeah, if you look back at the history on how these two teams dealt with each other when it came to their last convoy meetup too, was Midtown. You look at the way that was also pretty close. You saw that Nova had lost 1-2 versus we lost, and now with a different look at the pick and ban phase here, no Rockets. No Hulk. Carter still being that problem, but with no Loki and still protecting the Atom, I think is very interesting.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you make a great point here. And we saw kind of before Zatex is playing a bit more of that Elsa role. And sometimes they don't even feel like they need to match the Elsa v Elsa until a bit later. Zatex now kind of, you can see him. He's like, do we go Adam? Do I go Elsa? It's, tough call here. And I know that's them knowing their opponent as well, because you want to match the Atom, but also in form of the Elsa. So that's something to look towards as we go into Ignite 2. The flexibility there. Zatex can't be the only one that has that flexibility in some ways, but when you have Jitward on the Demon over here, on the Devil playing the way he does, it's going to be tough for Tico. I mean, imagine Adam before he could fly. He would be in an absolute hell from the Devil himself, but the Golden God is ready.
I was so scared when I saw that change, by the way. It's like, it's a bird, it's a plane. No, Adam has legs that he allows him to fly now. Truly taking to the skies with Zatex, taking a different look. We saw him just bopping heads on Adam earlier, too. Already managing his awareness to see who's trying to harass on the backlines. Tones already forced to pop the armor. Nice protection for the invis from Xantho, too. And it's going to be that triple strap hold once again, but this time it's with the double Vanguard as Kendrick, he holds up. He's on the Doctor Strange, and we saw what he was able to do earlier when he was on the Doctor Strange as they're hugging their spawn room gates again.
Man, they just play so confident, right? At the hands of Kendrick, and then the rest snowballs after. Jitward just doing what he does. He wants more and more of those limbs showing up on the feed. And yeah, again, my eyes, I'm like, okay, Tico, he did flash Wolverine for a quick moment, but gonna go back there and continue to play the Atom. I thought maybe the Wolf would be a big success, but I got to see what Iffy and Tones can do. And right now, it's just taking a big break in the spawn room, checking all of Asgard out.
I remember why Kendrick wanted to protect some of this Doctor Strange here, too. They're able to help heal for the backline as well. Nice awareness. Look at the different positioning for Dilly, too. Before they're able to back away, though, Zatex, looking what they have in store. He's got that Karmic Revival looking forward, and that invisible boundary, too, as Yowie Lost are still trying to keep up this pressure. They haven't been able to move, Cozy, an inch on this card.
Dude, they haven't been able to move an inch in 2 maps, and this is just continuing on now for the last one. Wakanda to Asgard was still here. And okay, you've got the setup for the Agamotto. You've got the setup for the imprisonment, right? So this is at least getting something wrong. Logan does get a bit of Kendrick, but nope, gonna come back out there because he is able to play that much more aggressive. So Logan at least get a couple things going. The bro former from the Ignite stage 2.
Nice little crew hug, though, after the Eye of Agamotto. Ooh, finds his man mark right at the very back, and Xantho was so ready with the self-shield, too. Unfortunately, though, you saw him just give him whiplash by managing behind him, and then you have Tones just cleaning up the left rest of We Lost. The first time now that we see Nova finally get a little bit of momentum going.
Yeah, but the Cloak and Dagger ult at the end was tough. They did not need that whatsoever. Can you imagine going into this fight with both Invis and Cloak and Dagger now? Going to put a lot of pressure on Logan. They have to win it right here. Jetward is going to go in and get the show started right away with the red bubble of hell. Trying to find his first target. He's going 1-2, finds both of them. Goodbye. That's where the internal bomb would have been huge, but not this time around. Going to go and pop that, though, is Tico. Everyone up again, ready to fight again. Hopefully not lose again if you're a Nova fan now. They continue to try to get that first pick, first advantage, but Zatex is just raining the sky.
Born again brings them at least back, but they don't really have that survivability as he fights Tico. It goes back to what you were saying too, because now you have to imagine the Invisible Boundary and Eternal Bound are now DC'd too. You sent out the Apex Predator. If you're Redis, at least you see everybody on the side, but it doesn't get the outcome it needed. They still lose out on Iffy in the process, who will have Eye of Agamotto for the next fight. Huge piece of the Abyss. It did land on 2. Is there going to be a follow-up? Logan's literally one shot. Well, you still see Zatex being a menace. They lost out on the Daredevil just shortly afterwards, but Kendrick is holding the front line.
Yeah, Kendrick right now is just ore farming, but there's the strategist getting 1 and 2 after another with Regis getting the pick earlier. That's gonna okay. Now you've got life, you got some finish, 39 seconds and moving. Here comes a big time Born Again, ready again to see what they can do from it. But if you look at what Nova's got, they've got the Agamotto and or the Imprisonment. Get everybody up, see if they can harvest something from it. Logan's gonna be forced to use the backup on the invisible boundary. Scarlet a mile away from here, Vicky, so they've got to get here. One connection on the strategist. Xantho goes down, but not lost.
He tries to push them out, though, of the invisible boundary. Huge Agamotto from each side, though, but is a follow-up there? No, because Nova are outnumbered. And now we get to see Yaoi Lost basically repeat what we just saw within the first, 2 minutes here as they started off the attack. Nova's still stuck in the spawn room gates, and no one here to touch the point unless the Spider-Man can! No! Regis, he doesn't get there in time.
Dude, I swear. I mean, it's like, yeah, they're just trying to one-up their last win each time. They're like, 8 minutes, we can clean it up, team. 4 minutes, okay, pretty insane, but what if we did it even quicker? No, I mean, that is, you just don't see that often on Yggdrasil, that quick and that dominant of a defensive cap, but that's just what we've kind of seen from this team the entire MRC. You know, they've just been very dominant in all levels of play. They've got a plan for most, both pick and ban phases, and I want to circle back to that. Jeff and Mantis is obviously on Nova's like top of their list, but one thing we have seen in Ignite, we've seen in, you know, community tournaments time and time again, is you can't kind of just do the what's on the whiteboard. Okay, we see it's Mantis and Jeff have to ban it. You have to mix things up because this isn't going your way at all. I mean, you can't even get out of the spawn, Vic.
Yeah, you know, the fact that they've also, like, stuck to banning the Jeff, sure, like, that's something that we saw, yeah, we lost Protect, etc., but this is still a problem where we had the repetitive state of the last 2 games, the Daredevil being let out literally by Jitward, Zatex now on the Ultron as they come out of the attack, and then even Dilly, who's been on the strat pool, flexing over to the Thor. Let's see if they actually roll out with this, but Kendrick was out of jail. You know what I mean? Like, Kendrick basically allowed Dive Strain to work as they were hugging those spawn room gates.
No, for sure. We saw Kendrick play a little bit of Magic on Midtown. Again, that was a map that Nova picked, and they did pretty dominant at that point. So we'll see if we continue to see. And this is exact comp they ran, and it was absolutely disgusting. Now, he did switch over to the Elsa eventually, but Regis going to go ahead and find the quick first pick on Zatex. So they get a little bit of some life here for the team as Tones is up with these guys, a one-wing angel on the home home court advantage. Finally getting something rolling here for the team.
Sephiroth will be so proud here as Nova now are showing signs of life, finding Kendrick next. Difficult to deal with Logan, who's getting protected together with a different look of the Bucky from Tico, right? So also just coming out of the gates with the double strat, double Vanguard, double duelist here, but look who's behind them! Dilly with the snipe! He's awakened as he finds Scarlet, but then gets punished at the hands of Regis, but this has allowed Yaoi Lost to build up the space that they needed, because look at Zatex who made that swap over to the Atom.
But the point's about to be taken. I mean, that's how far it was pushed last year. Zatex finds another one, and if it wasn't for the 1-2 Regis picks every now and then, this would be absolutely lost, and it's going to be just that, 2.24 seconds. The Galartrox comes out in desperation from Regis here. Gonna find no monster.
Yeah.
With snap. Oh man, I mean, this is just this is something, Vic. And they can't even get their shoes on. They can't even get their shoes on.
Yeah, we won. I mean, they're taking their shoes. That's what's happening. They're taking it before they even have an opportunity to tie their shoes. Oh my goodness. Like, sure, you can get those first initial picks, but the fact that they barely moved that cart just a few inches from where it started, being spawn camped like 3 different times, very similar, again, to what we saw in the first 2 maps. There needs to be an entire overhaul of this pick and ban system. It's not working out if you're Nova and you only got one last shot in this best of 7 of the grand finals.
Yeah, now you find yourselves down 3-0. You know, if you're looking at, yeah, we lost. Come on, that one took 5 minutes, not 4 minutes, so you can clean that up. But other than that, I mean, outside of just looking at what spawn rooms look prettier, you've got to find a map that's going to work for you, because that is the only place you're at the moment. And go to Clintar where you have some success. Go to Midtown where you feel pretty confident. I think they're trying to mix things up on the map side, not the ban side, and that's obviously going to spell a bit of doom. And listen, guys, this team is very strong. Nova is a team that's made it all the way up to this moment. Over 1,000 participants here in the MRC. Very good players, but this is also a very big, okay, these are the teams that we will be going up against in Ignite, and it's kind of crazy to say that this is just the very, very tip of the iceberg in talent, right? So this is where you can try to get yourself together, even if it's seems far and lost, you can try to find some takeaways here to clean it up and show a big showing here in the grand final.
Yeah, you have to give props too to like some of the individual stand-up performances of Nova. Like Regis specifically, man, he's working the 9 to 5 extra hard. He's working overtime, but even then, it's just these initial picks don't matter when your entire team from the backside of things is getting torn apart. You're looking this on paper, and this is good practice. Yes, you're in the MRC, but you've been into the MRI, Cozy, and it's like you said, that's when things really change up. We're gonna probably have different compositions rolling out, different specialists, and we gotta see how things go down though before we wait for our next game.
Yeah, no, for sure. And again, good shout out to Regis. I think when things start getting kind of crazy out of hand like this, you start to do things that you don't usually do as a team. And we saw things like early ults and kind of just a bit of, miscommunication. But other than that, there are things they can't clean up. They know it. Y'all know it. And listen, who knows? Anything can happen here in Marvel Rivals. And guess what? You're going to have to find out after what could be one more break, could be 4 more. We'll see how the grand finals kind of churn out. We'll be right back here. Actually, you know what? I changed my mind. For now.
Oh.
We might go to a break. I don't know. But for now, what I will say is that when you look at these teams, and obviously, yeah, we lost. I mean, what is one thing that you could try to change for Nova to change up? I mean, the Daredevil ban, sure, but also, I can tell you that's not going to be enough.
I think the Hulk ban, Sheer Carter was a menace in that first game, but we're going to be banning out Hulk at this point. I'm not too sure if that's the way you want to go about things. Are you going to try to force out maybe a Wolverine because you don't want to think about, a thing being involved here? I think the pick and bans definitely need to be reevaluated, Cozy. Also, a little jealous because you stood up for a brief amount of time. That jacket is amazing. Love it. And the shade of color looks great, too. Fantastic for the big 4. But waiting to see what that next map is going to look like, because I do think it starts with that pick and ban system for Nova. Yeah, no, for sure. Appreciate the love, Vic. Yeah, I mean, I think the Vanguard play has been pretty well between the two teams. When you look at what they both have to offer, and I think you kind of highlighted it going into what was going to be the break, but not break, is the strategist play. And I think Scarlet has done a really good job. And honestly, giving the flowers there, has great awareness, especially on Gambit matchups. But you can see what their plan is. Yeah, we lost. It's we're not even going to let the Gambit be a thing. All right, we're going to get rid of that every single time. Pretty much the first pick out of here. I just think Jeff, you might need to just let them have the Jeff at this point and find, what is that next biggest weakness of theirs. And it's tough because there's not just one hero that can do it all, Vic. And you can't just ban out the Doctor Strange, even though we have been seeing that more consistently because Kendrick is a menace. But that also means, since it's universal bans because of the MRC, you won't be able to portal back in or recontest. And that is a double-edged sword that you do not want to run the risk when you have Yaoi Lost sitting right now at match point with just 1 win away from being able to be your MRC Season 6 winners. Yeah, for sure. I mean, hey, listen, it's been a while since I've seen Kendrick play and Zatex. Those are the ones a bit more common from them. I believe Jitward coaching for a lot of that as well. But you can just see the confidence at level of play, especially mechanic-wise, from them. And you can see growth as players. And we talk about some of the players you might know, people like Delina, who was kind of, on that team as the duelist B, but then continued to just, practice, train, and be passionate about the game and get that flexibility of the pool that much more. Guys, you're welcome. No break right now. We're going into it. It is 3-0. We've got Midtown, and this is where I wanted to see them take it. Listen, after 3 games, it's been what, Cozy? 17 total minutes of gameplay. We're tired of this. We're going back in, and we're going back with the first chef ban. Yeah, so, okay, it's 3-0. You've seen a lot of the spawn room, the elevator. It's a good one. You have the Fantastic Four behind you in hologram form. But can you break out of it? That's what we have to find out. This save's got to be different, you would think. They tried something. They tried to get something going with the Atom Protect and go that route. But then, we lost, kind of matched that, right? So we'll see what they want to end up doing on this side of things. They go with the Cloak and Dagger save yet again for Scarlet. We don't want to see the double ults, though. We got to see it staggered on so that way they have a better chance in these elongated fights, honestly. Because we were talking about Midtown and Convoy. Well, I don't want to see the same type of Convoy we just saw in Yggdrasil, as the Mantis is banned out next. As the Gambit's always been a prio for Yaoi Lost. That's kind of been the typical thing we've been seeing as these brackets have progressed later on. And with no Loki means that you probably won't be able to execute that Atom as well. But also, that could be not true with Zatex and the way that Zatex was playing the Atom earlier. But the Daredevil was left open, Cozy, and that's going to be the prio save. Yeah, just to give you guys examples, casting a lot of
tournaments, seen a lot of play. And there was one where there's a Spider-Man just wreck. He was going crazy, okay? And it was 3-0. It was best of 7. It's like, okay, this one's kind of wrapped up. And then they finally banned the Spider-Man. They were doing the same bands, banned the Spider-Man. They came back and won like 4 in a row. So it's like sometimes it is, I know it's not maybe what the stats say and what you've seen and what you kind of written down. But yeah, at this moment, I think they're trying to also just like get the mental right. You know, I've listed in on comms so many times whenever, you know, backs are against a wall, and it's a tough place to be trying to reset, but it's something that's a skill right up there with the mechanical skill of Rivals that you have to learn as we find ourselves with the final bit of business here. This is Nova's best map. Usually, we'll see if they can rise up.
This is a last chance opportunity. They have to soar above everything else here, Cozy. MRC Season 6 Grand Finals could come to a close here. This is where it's decided. I also think it's interesting. We were just talking about Thing, right? Being the last ban for, yeah, we lost Invisible Woman, no longer on the table. Scarlet seems to not catch a break, but this also leaves that Namor open.
Yeah, for sure. That does give them a little bit of a change up with Namor. Regis back on over the Daredevil. Again, we've highlighted Regis as playing, you know, doing as much as you could possibly do in the environment that you are in. But we'll see how they kind of take to change the adjustment here. A lot of teams like to play the aggressive, you know, Storm into Moon Knight. We've seen Nova play anything but. They definitely did do that against Cafe Rose. Played a whole different game in entirety. Have the Atom ready to go again, but that means Zatex is comfortable. Cart Lover has his Hulk, so beware of that. With that and the Kendrick, it's been pretty tough to handle. But here we go, Vic. New York City is Daredevil's hometown. I think he's okay in Hell's Kitchen.
He said, meet me on the streets real quick. Here, I'll take you to court. But let's see if Regis can try to match that together with Jitward and the different maker that we've really been seeing throughout the course of these last few games too, and the way that Kendrick could play so aggressive on the Doctor Strange. I like the split angle though that we see in terms of the setup of these squids already from Tico.
Absolutely. Here, Scarlet's going to go over to the Luna. And funny enough, they wanted the cloak with that first save, yet they're not playing the cloak right now, right? That's one of those interesting, like, okay, that, you know, definitely a pick here. But they've had the Luna ban before. Scarlet does play a mean hip-hop queen, but we'll see here now as Dilly's going to go and get the first ult up right away. Trying to get that momentum rolling. Tones has one ready to match as well. Going to heal up top. They're Iffy and Tones. We'll see what they can put together. Tones going in first.
To start things off here together, putting the snowflake on top of them, you can see Tico slowly reaching that ultimate as he cuts off the reactant. The bounce up finds Zatex and it catches him while Xantho was in the process in that same frame on utilizing the Eternal Bond. But even then, Zatex hasn't passed it. And look at the pressure that Tico is feeling. Nice little reposition before he ends up sending out those squids as a unit. And Regis to come in and let the devil out. But it all depends on Kendrick and the Eye of Agamotto.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's the one person that didn't matter, right?
No.
But Regis does find the 1, the 2, the 3. Hello, the Devil of Hell Kitchen is here. And you know what's funny is Jitward went up to deal with the Namor in the back. Tico did get eliminated, but that allowed Regis to have full eyes on the prize and was going to get the, 3-4 piece from it. So sometimes, you know, that pick was huge of Jitward to go and get Tico up above in the flank. But Regis was able to calculate that and use it to their advantage. Here comes the portal.
Have a good timing though, as they try to portal in. Again, that Eye of Agamotto has not been used up, but all eyes on Zatex once he comes in, and he is hitting Ghost, unfortunately, because everybody from Nova back away in time. Love the way that they're able to kite away here. If he does have the anti-heals. Huge stun though, having to be careful for Scarlet to move in with the Dance Dance Revolution here. And now as they're going to be able to try to restabilize, that's to counter Jitward and letting the devil out. Kendrick then follows up, finds that Rocket Raccoon. No BRB now left on the field, as Zatex still has a survivability with that Karmic Revival.
Yeah, tough pick there from Logan going down, because that's 2 for the price of 1 without the res. And they're kind of looking back to form a bit now. You're going to go ahead and have Xantho throw out the Eternal Bond, and this fight's a bit lost. Minute 35, those plenty. They used the portal as well. So if you're Nova, you're looking definitely a bit better than the previous couple of matches, and you get your confidence back. We'll see if they'll put it all together here. They've got some big picks they got to have, and Zatex obviously leading the charge of that. Passive still off, or still on cooldown, but it has the ult. Lover's still just absolutely reigning free.
And the fact here that they haven't been able to recontest on the point, huge freeze, by the way, out to Carter after he unleashes the beast with the Hulk ultimate World Breaker. No more. And now Jitward finds Regis. Tico! He dives down. He says, okay, perfect. You guys banned thing. Oh, no. He got clipped over by the roof. Born again. Zatex. He activates the button right on time. Toes cannot take him out. And now they come right back to recontest on this point. But then this is where you go hand in hand with the Wolverine being out and about. Eye of Agamotto, though, does find one. It looks like from each side. Another kidnap coming in, and Carter's getting the follow-up together with Jitward.
Yeah, quite literally a place Adam would never be able to res from before unless he's like jumping out of the map or something. But I mean, it's crazy. The flight allows just some really good cheeky spots to get the team back up. Tico with the huge in the building rampage there, but here comes. This is going to be a big fight. Redis got 3-4 earlier. This is their only chance of survival. If he gets Zatex out early, which is huge, that allows the momentum going, and following that, though, will be the eternal bond. Redis finds another Kendrick's out of this thing, and the portal's out of play as well. Ticking down slowly, might be able to find it. Jitward, though, knows what the call is from the Hell's Kitchen. It's going to be the Battle of the Devils, Vic.
They have to deal with the Luna. Huge freeze, though, as Scarlet still holds on to that fate of both worlds. Logan with the BRB brings Tico right back. They're outnumbered, and Scarlet waits just a little bit longer to activate the fate of both worlds, as Tones now gets these follow-ups, gets Santho out of the way, and now they don't really have sustainability with overtime ticking away. This is where Nova wake up.
Yeah, good little stagger there. They got the Deadpool out far and away, but you do know coming right around the corner is going to be Cart Lover and friends. And here they come all as one, pushing in now with Kendrick. They don't have any ults outside of Monster Hope, which is a big one to deal with at that. If he has the piece of the Abyss, they don't need it, though, as Zatex finds Doritos, the biggest threat on the team. And that is going to be a quick finish for point one if unable to stop. Now, biggest weakness for Luna is Scarlet. Not able to escape from the hold, but does stay alive through it. This is insanity. Look, Kendrick. What is this?
The dive strange, I'm telling you, how Kendrick solo-handedly just like took out those strategists. I mean, and then he follows up to find Tony. He's like, don't think I forgot about you. I'm coming for you. Then he finds Iffy with a 4K. Then he's going for the body block. There's no chance that these strats even have any opportunity to retouch the point. Even if they could try, they would get body blocked.
Dude, Kendrick played with his food for sure. Yeah, I kind of feel like he was like using portals like float in the air, and like each dash he matched it. It was disgusting. That was absolutely textbook. And then after that strange performance, he's like, okay, I'm going to go to Magic now. Like, just an absolute demon, pun intended, craziness. I mean, I think Nova did play better there for sure. We have seen very short maps on Midtown before. So if you're going to hold point one, this is a map that you can do it. But again, this is it for the grand finals. Yeah, we lost. If they continue to do what they have done over and over, they will win this thing. And it is so hard to hold point one when you've got the Moon Knight group combo, which is where they look like they're going.
Makes you think here before being able to even get to that first checkpoint, how just dominating the games have been back to back. I was honestly thinking, you know, if we're going to try to commit to that Luna, maybe even possibly trying to do the triple Vanguard with an Emma, maybe with a team up here, as well as the fact that now they have that Luna and Adam. I was wondering where that could be, as Yaoi Lost trying to take a page out of that, maybe making a swap at the very end, having some fun while they're at it, because they're looking at victory in sight. But that is to say, if Nova doesn't fully hold them back.
Not the Iron Man. Not the disrespect. Not the blender. Okay, we're out of that. But yeah, you know, I've got to say, what they did well, too, is just always get rid of the rocket when needed. Right? Rocket's big thing is mobility, getting out of there, not getting big early. And every time they found that rocket, and that spelled, you know, doom for them, getting 2 for the price of 1. And they are just going to open these floodgates and go right to 100%. Redis is out of here immediately. Scarlet's next up. Look at these team comms. They've got the... It's disgusting.
What the? Scarlet? No, get over here, he says. Jitward finds Logan next. They just wiped them out. I was going to say, you know, I like the Wolverine, but unfortunately, when you don't have a team to back you up, it's just little to nothing at this time.
I've seen a lot of Marvel Rival Championships. We're going on nearly like 2 years of casting here for Rivals. And this is an absolute crazy performance at the grand finals at that. These two teams have gone through so much to get to this point, and just to watch them have an absolute, you know, it looks like a doom match out here at times. Scarlet trying to stay alive as Luna, not going to find love there. Art Lover continues to reign on, and this is looking like the end of it here, Vic.
Carlover just jumped the Luna. Dilly's just fighting for their life. Zatex now comes in. They're wiping out Nova. Nobody left. There was one member of Nova that was trying to stay on that point. And Thor, at the hands of FaZe Dilly, has just wiped out that northern choke here before now he's trying to isolate the Daredevil. Why are you running? Good luck. A huge body block ascending him to the heavens right now as we see this crazy 1v1.
Yeah, he's like, I will not lose this fight. I don't even care what's happening on the point right now. They retook it. That's fine. Here is the path of eternal bond one last time. Season 4 champions into Season 6, my friends. Yeah, we lost. Are your Marvel Rival Championship winners once again. They stay on top, Vicky.
Talk about our performance. A speed run? Yeah, we sped ran. Yeah, we won instead. You're winners here, Cozy. And very deserving, honestly. You look at the pick and ban phase, you look how they're having fun. I mean, we even saw the Cloak and Dagger try the little aura walk there at the very end of that cart. And I like how these players are also having fun.
I mean, for one side, one team. I mean, listen, I got to tell you, I had my whole night ready to cast this bad boy, and it was a speed run, as you said best. I mean, that might have been the fastest 4 rounds that we have seen. And just big flowers and props to a team that looked synchronized, united. You saw it right there with the cloak callouts and the damage amplification. They all just followed so quickly at that. This is a team that is locked. They're ready. They're hungry, most importantly, for what they've had in the past. Trying to make it now the future. And, you know, tip of the cap, do have to say Nova, great run. We saw a lot of cool things from them. I think they have a lot to build on, but don't count this team out. They've got the talent. They got to fix a couple things going into the biggest plays of their life.
I mean, basically, if you combine all 4 games together, that was like 24 minutes or so of just straight up great gameplay. So if that's what they're trying to do, beat each other's timer just over and over again, well, this is one step closer to that. As we take a look at the stats. I think 6, 7. Look at this. Look at this. Carter went down once, by the way. Like, his survivability needs to be studied, and that's just the whole play.
Yeah, no, definitely absolutely crazy. 24, I've had, you know, battles on Age of Sail that have gone longer than that. So it's definitely, I think there's no question this is the fastest we've seen in the MRC at the top level of play. And how important pick and bans are and synchronizing and flexibility and what you can do creatively, right? Having what Kendrick looked like an absolute mad lad on Strange. And I'm excited to see because there's a lot of heroes that have been toned up, you know, time after time. We haven't got to see them at pro play, and we still really haven't, but we're getting a taste of, like, what does Doctor Strange look like outside of just being like a portal generator season after season. It's all a little bit of taste there from Kendrick. That was just phenomenal play throughout, guys. I mean, Vic, what do you think here of our champions?
I feel like that not only was it well-deserved, I love how you talk about Doctor Strange too, right? Getting those buffs, being able to just literally fly out of the sky and then try to find their mark and playing extremely aggressive if you are in the hands of Kendrick at the very least. But I do want to give some props over to our other team here. Nova did a really good job playing out throughout the bracket. They played earlier. You have to also imagine that goes hand in hand with trying to stay sharp, trying to be on point. Again, having that experience. Ritas as a standout player for me on that team. I know you highlighted Ritas in our previous series too. And there's a lot of homework to be done if you are Nova, but a huge congratulations to Yeah We Lost. Very deserved, and Jitward being that MVP too with the rest of the team.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, they have talent at all positions between the Vanguards, the Duelists, and the Strategists. I think one thing that we're going to have to see, especially going into Season 7, which I think the expectation is, will we get a lot of change in that with regards to patch notes? It's like, okay, how do these teams now take all that and flex into right into the preseason? We're not far away from the preseason of Ignite. As we look at today's results, if you blink, you missed it. Quite literally, 3-1 was Nova over Cafe Rose. Looked very strong there to go ahead and punch their ticket into the grand finals, but they'll have to settle for second place going against Yeah We Lost with one of the more dominant, if not the most dominant performance in the MRC at the grand final level stage.
Yeah, and they get to walk away with $3,500 for second place as well, while first place gets to walk away with $7,000. And of course, congratulations to our third place of placers, as Cafe Rose did achieve $2,500. So it's also really nice to know that you walk away with some cash after your performance, as well as a slot within the MRL.
Yeah, for sure. And for Nova, you know, the only team that was the Achilles heel was the one that ended up, you know, getting the best of 7 wins over year 1 against them. And so this is the tip of the iceberg. You have a lot to train for, a lot to go for in the next couple of weeks, and what to clean up. The tape is definitely going to be there, and we've seen that time and time again. And we have seen teams quite literally do a 360 and come all the way back, and that is what's so dang exciting about Marvel Rival Esports as we head into such a great year ahead. There's the bracket. There is the story of how we got here in general, Vicky, and looking at it, the players are ready. I think what's always fun, too, about the MRC is now that these 3 teams have punched their ticket in, I believe if you're in Ignite, you're not going to be seeing these teams again in the next MRC. So it's always like the next fish up, the next team up, the next players, which could be you right there at home.
That's the beauty of the MRC. You guys at home could also try your hand in competing in next season's MRC. Season 7 is right around the corner. And you know what else has already been delivered here, Cozy? What's not around the corner and what is already in the shop is this amazing Captain America Cursed Captain skin.
Yeah, for sure, guys. We did not see really any Captain America. I think Tones had a quick flash of the cap there at the end for about 10 seconds. But other than that, Didn't see a lot of them today, but you can play a ton of them here and master the animation cancels that make the pro look so good at it. All while rocking the cursed captain. And speaking of captains, got a pirate costume, what we'll talk about here momentarily, of the Psylocke. But both these costumes, great stuff. You can find it in-game right now to play your favorite Vanguard. Looking all that more menacing. And there it is in all of its glory, the Psylocke.
Oh, I love this skin. The pirate skins that we've been having as a theme have been mwah, chef's kiss here. Shout out to our cosmetics team, as Psylocke's once Captain Corsair skin is now available in the store alongside our Captain America skin. I know we haven't been seeing much love, you know, onto Psylocke, and then you talk about Captain America and the difference in different levels of play when you take a look at rank and our pro players, but they do so in fashion, Cozy, and it's nice as a little mix-up before you could anticipate what the changes are for the next season.
Yeah, she's not here to duel, man. Here to plunder. Tortuga awaits, y'all. And I just have to say, big thank you for you guys, whether you were here weeks now watching this whole thing unfold or all the way tonight and saw what was just a crazy grand final. So much fun always to bring you guys all the action live. And during that hour break, I was just playing comp. So it's just the passion, the addiction of just what is Marvel Rivals. And we've got a great season 7 just around the corner. Vicky, we're back. We're finally able to cast together. It was a quick one, but a fun one.
Thank goodness, Cozy. It's been so long. I always have a good time casting with Dogman. I know you and Shiv are always popping off. I love the squad that we have here within our talent group. We are so blessed within the competitive Marvel Rivals space, but it's always nice to be sitting alongside you once again, my friend.
Alrighty, guys. Well, again, season 6 is coming to an end, so go out there, try your best. Maybe you saw some players today play a hero that you can try to emulate, see what you can do with Yeah, We Lost. We appreciate you guys. Good luck out there. Happy rivaling, and have a great night. We'll see you soon.